real life situations and often features everyday people who are going about their lives not as professional actors, but the reality of their life is shown. A fun fact for you: Big Brother, contrary to popular belief, was not the first reality TV show, but Candid Camera, which was aired way back in 1948, was the first ever reality television on TV. It was basically a hidden camera reality TV show in America, in which unsuspecting people were confronted with funny situations and their strange reactions were recorded with a hidden camera. This program has been off and on air, but now in 2014 a channel has picked it up again and it is on air again. Now, longest running reality TV shows, very briefly, ladies and gentlemen. Cops has been running from August 1989 and it's been going strong since 2016. Now, Cops is a reality TV show in which TV camera crews accompany police officers and federal agents as they catch criminals, as they go about their patrolling and police activities. In October 1989, America's Funniest Home Videos. This is when normal people, everyday people, send humorous homemade videos which then win prizes. The Real World, ladies and gentlemen, it was aired in 1992 on music television, or MTV. What it does is it selects 7 to 8 young people, young adults from various ethnic and cultural backgrounds, and it puts them in an apartment. They live together for several years, and a TV camera crew films them non-stop. So they supposedly unscripted, spontaneous reactions are recorded, interactions with each other and the world around them. Similarly, 1999, Big Brother, everybody knows Big Brother, right? Survivor in 2000, The Amazing Race in 2001, Bachelor 2002, and American Idol 2002. Unfortunately, we will be losing American Idol because the producers have said that the 15th season, which is the current season, will be the last. Of course, we have an Indian spin-off or Indian version called Indian Idol, and similarly for Big Brother, we have an Indian version called Big Boss. Now, reality TV demographic group. Now, a study was conducted in Brigham Young University, US, and they studied the percentage of population who watches reality TV regularly by age and gender. Now, on the x-axis, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the age bracket, 18 to 24, 25 to 34, and so on. And on the y-axis, you can see the percentage of the population watching these shows regularly. Of course, boys are blue, girls are pink. So within the 18 to 24 age bracket, we have 47% of males who watch reality TV regularly, and we have 62% of females who watch reality TV regularly. We have 45% males in 25 to 34-year-old bracket who watch reality TV regularly, and 58% females who will not miss reality TV even if the world was being invaded by aliens. And so on and so forth. You can see in the 35 to 44 age group, you have almost 23% males and 33. And as you can see a trend emerging, as the age group increases, you have less and less people watching reality TV regularly. I guess we get smarter with age, so we don't watch reality TV. But yes, so the moral of the story: teens and young adults, both in males and females, are regular watchers of reality TV. These pictures can be a bit graphic, ladies and gentlemen. I'm giving you the bad of reality TV, just a few graphic images. So please don't mind these if they offend you. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. The ugly. This is the Big Boss latest season that we had. Okay. Now, as with all news, let me give you the bad news first. We'll come to the good news later. Now, the bad and the ugly impact of reality TV shows, as you can see from the pictures, as depicted in the pictures. Now, there are shows like Real World, there are shows like Big Brother, Jersey Shore. Of course, Jersey Shore has finished, but it really had a profound impact on our teenage girls and boys. Now, these shows, they have a lot of latent and blatant violence that they depict, that both physical and verbal, cussing, bullying, and cat fights, and calling each other names, racial slurs. So lots of, and of course nudity, adult content, that is like in your face, So studies have been conducted by psychological and behavioral studies in the University of Pennsylvania, Illinois, associations like American Academy of Pediatrics, American Medical Association. All these sources have conducted studies, and they have found that there are certain personality types or personality factors that emerge in teens and young adults who are exposed to long-term content, notorious content in these shows. Now, firstly, it reinforces physical and verbal violence in teens and young adults. Now, teens and young adults who watch these programs, they have a very distorted view of the world. They see the world as a mean and dangerous place without a kind bone in it, So, and there are things like, they instigate fights, they encourage others to fight. There are other problems that they have, like bullying, rise in bullying, in cyberbullying in schools. Okay, then they have other inappropriate behaviors that they depict, like there has been a rise in underage drinking, smoking, and drugs. Okay, that they do. Then scientists have found that they have observed these teenagers till 30 years of age, and they have found that those teenagers who were exposed to these programs long term, was a more likelihood of them being arrested and prosecuted for criminal behavior. Now, in fact, according to the Federal Bureau of Investigation records, almost 6% of these teens committed aggressive acts, ranging from assaulting a spouse, okay, threats, robbery, murder, and even using a weapon to commit a crime. Now, with regard to adult content of these shows, it has been found that the teens who are exposed to nudity and adult content in reality TV were more likely to initiate adult activities as young as 13 in the following year itself of watching these shows. In fact, the Parents Television Council and American Family Association, these are worried concerns who have complained regularly against the adult content and adult and violent content of these shows, but these shows are immensely popular and are a TRP success for the channels. Now, just to give you an Indian version of Big Brother, Big Boss, this follows basically the same format as Big Brother series. This show is also very notorious because it depicts physical and verbal violence. There is bullying, there is, men are assaulting housemates, male housemates are assaulting female housemates. To create that shock and awe effect, there was even an induction of a porn star in one of the seasons who came, and there was quite a stir. So and there have always been a very backlash about Big Boss on social media. Everybody is criticizing, but everybody is watching because it's an immensely popular show. In fact, there's a joke in the family that we share, that my brother-in-law told me that your sister has started fighting with me more because she started watching Big Boss. So I don't know about that because they were fighting from day one, but I know this, that Big Boss is definitely very, very notorious, and it is popular. Now, another program that I want to highlight, ladies and gentlemen, I know a lot of you must be at least knowing about this. I want to ask you, how many of you have watched this or watched this Keeping Up with the Kardashians? You do? Okay, I need more hands. Okay, how many of you have at least watched one episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians? Oh, that is more like it. Cool, cool. Oh, even my mother? Oh, that's great. Okay, okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so Keeping Up with the Kardashians, as I can see with the huge response I am getting here, it focuses on the personal and professional lives of the Kardashian family. Now, the only good impact I see of this is the Kardashian sisters making pots and pots of money, okay, $1 million and above, but it has a very negative impact on our teenage girls especially. Now, while the world is grappling with problems like plummeting oil prices and global warming, Keeping Up with the Kardashians is a show that has your Kardashian family talking about banal topics like who's hooking up with who's breaking up with who. And while they are doing that, they're carrying their designer bags, their prim and proper hair, their makeup, their body parts which are enhanced with cosmetic surgery, and they have openly declared it on various medias that they've got lip injections and, sorry, pardon my French, butt implants and other, frontier, posture. From every angle, they are cosmetic queens, So, and other things that are there, there is extremely adult content that is shown. There is verbal and physical violence that is shown. And plus, there are thrown in the mix is these, brawls in the nightclubs that, their spouses and all are indulging in. So when you have a teenage girl who calls them her role models, they are role models for her, okay? Now, Kim Kardashian is a very beautiful woman, but she posts provocative pictures, semi-nude pictures of herself on Twitter and other social media. And I have seen from experience that teenage girls now emulate that because they want to get the fame, as they call it, and attention that she gets. And they have it not only on their social media, they have it on their phones now. They have provocative pictures of themselves on their phones. So you can see that a teenage girl who should be thinking about, okay, what do I have to pursue in life? Or, I have a test coming up tomorrow that I have to be graded on, is thinking about, oh my God, I think I should get something done to alter one or more parts of my body, and I look hot like, the Kardashians. So this is the negative effect it's having. I want to give you some very staggering statistics that have come from bona fide medical associations. I will be reading out to there are many, but I have just listed a few. Now, the WebMD medical report says that since the boom of reality TV, eating disorders in girls as young as 13 to 19 years have nearly tripled. Okay, number of teenagers admitted to hospital with eating disorder has doubled since 2014 as per National Health Service UK. And there's another very popular show called Botched, where renowned cosmetic surgeons like Dr. Terry Dubrow and Dr. Paul Nassif, what they do is they correct wronged cosmetic surgery on people. So what they have said is that shows like Keeping Up with the Kardashians have started a cosmetic surgery trend in teenage girls as young as 15. I mean, when I was reading that, I was so depressed. I mean, you are exposing kids to, and I believe that the 2-3 cases happened where the girl died because of a wronged cosmetic surgery implant or whatever. So these are the statistics, and they are directly related, ladies and gentlemen, to this show called Keeping Up with the Kardashians and other shows like it. But again, I'm saying it's a TRP success for the E-cable network channel on which it airs, and has made Kardashians a household name. Now, sorry, I'm saying now a lot. My husband told me not to use the word now, so I'll try not to use that. Okay, now behavioral impact. Studies have been conducted by University of Pennsylvania, Illinois, and also other associations which I have named before. They have done a correlation, so to speak, of the duration of reality TV shows with negative content vis-a-vis the increase in negative behavior in teens. So in the blue you have the number of years these reality TV shows have been running for. 24 years for Real World, 17 years for Big Brother, 16 for Survivor, and so on. And the red or orange is the increase in negative behavior ranging from violence to bullying to everything that's negative that goes on in what the teens do in percentages. So you have the increase from 40 to 56, 70, now 88% increase in negative behavior in teens. Now this is a study that was done. Just to give you a little more insight into this, now science has proven that the human brain does not develop its logic and reasoning functions from the age of 21 to 24 years. Now teens, what they do is they are so impressionable, they are like a sponge, you know. So what they do is like a sponge, they will take up cues from the outside world and incorporate it into their belief system. Now factor in a steady long-term diet of violence, both verbal and physical, inappropriate, unhealthy behaviors, and you will see that this kind of negative behavior is going to creep up into your classrooms, into homes, into how they interact with each other and the world around them. A study was conducted where it was found that 72% teenagers believe that these reality shows are real and unscripted. So if they believe it is real and unscripted and it is coming on TV, so it is socially acceptable and they will imitate that behavior that they see on TV in their everyday life. You see? So this is the impact that it has. Now I see a lot of I have depressed you a lot, but being the eternal optimist, I would like to bring you up as well. Not all is bad in reality TV, because we are talking about the good, bad and ugly. I would like to give you the good as well. And there is a lot of good as you will see. Okay. Now, shows which are talent hunt and singing, dancing based competitions like your Britain's Got Talent, India's Got Talent, American Idol, Indian Idol, The Voice, the X Factor, you know, they have a very feel-good factor attached to them. They motivate people to pursue their dreams, you know. Now, the contestants who come and participate in these shows, they are normal, ordinary people like you and me. They come from all walks of life, from all sections of society, be it lower middle class, higher middle class, and they come from all age groups. Let me give you an example of Paddy Jones, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this woman really inspires me. On the left, you can see she is an 89-year-old acrobatic salsa dancer. Now she can do the perfect split on the floor, she can do flips in the air and everything in between. And she is 89, she has her name entered in the Guinness Book of World Record as the oldest acrobatic salsa dancer. She entered Britain's Got Talent, and all the judges were like, what is this old woman going to do? And by the end of it, they had tears in their eyes, you see. And the loudest applause ever I've heard. People were going to jump off their seats. They normally stand up, but they were going to jump off their seats. Now, another example I would like to give you, ladies and gentlemen, she has one leg. She is Miss Subreet Kaur, who came in India's Got Talent season 5. She had lost her leg in an accident, but they nicknamed her the graceful one-legged dancer, and she danced her way into the hearts of the people. She finished runners-up in India's Got Talent. And that year, the number of entries for participation nearly tripled. Because they said, if she can do it, why can't we? We have everything, we have our faculties in place. If she can do it with one leg, and you have to, maybe you can see her on YouTube, my God, there is no difference. A two-legged person can dance, she can dance as well as a two-legged person, or even an alien with 4 legs, I don't know, but still. Another contestant, Faisal Khan, he won Jhalak Dikhla Ja, which is a spin-off or American version of Dancing with the Stars. He won it, and his father was an auto rickshaw driver. You see? So you see, age no bar, background no bar, the real message that this reality TV sends you is the 3 ingredients for success: not controversy, not confrontation, and certainly not violence, but talent, your determination to hone that talent, and patience to see the result. In fact, another study was conducted on the good impact of these shows, and 78% of the same teenagers said that these shows motivate them to achieve anything in life. You see? So this is the good impact of these shows. Okay, Shark Tank. Now, this is an American reality TV show, ladies and gentlemen, that started in 2009, I believe. Now, this has aspiring entrepreneurs making business presentation to a panel of investors. They are called sharks in the show, who then choose whether or not to invest there and then. Now, this is a TRP success for the channel, and it is the most watched program in the 18 to 14-year-old demographic. It has won a lot of awards. 2 consecutive years it won the Emmy Award. Now, I feel a program like this certainly inspired me. My husband introduced me through this program, and he said, come and look at this program. And I have been thinking, okay, what can I do? You know, is there any business idea I can think of? So I'm sure if I'm thinking about it, many people are inspired to think about business ideas and out-of-box business ideas and other concepts that they can do. Now, this is the reality we want from our younger generation, who are the future of our country. Not a show like Kim Kardashian. Sorry, I'm bashing that show a bit, but I'm sure many people relate to it in their own way, and it's not something that I am bashing down. But I feel a show like this is much more constructive. You know, it will keep your mental faculties running, and you are going to contribute to you, your family, society in general by thinking about success in this way. Okay, last but not the least, there is another very impactful reality TV series which is very close to my heart, ladies and gentlemen. Mission Sapne is a reality TV show which focuses on helping poor people who are financially, of course, struggling in their life. Format of the show is that a very smart concept. A poor family who is struggling financially in life is invited on the show, and they are relating to other people in the audience about their life and how they are, you know, trying to get by. You have another Bollywood celebrity or sports celebrity who is invited as well, and according to the format, that celebrity has to do the daily job of this family for a day. Like, you know, driving an auto rickshaw or a cab, or selling a street vendor, selling something, some snacks on in the market. And whatever the celebrity earns, which of course he will earn because people want to see them and they want to appease them by giving them money, that is multiplied 100 times, and a check is provided to the person. As you can see, this guy, poor guy, is on a wheelchair, and he was a barber who cannot do his daily job anymore because he lost both his legs in an accident. Now, I don't know if many of you must be knowing Salman Khan, okay, our very own Sallu Bhai, as we call him. Now, who wouldn't want to see Salman Khan cutting hair in a busy market square, or someone else doing something, some versatile actor? I am Bollywood bitten, ladies and gentlemen, self-confessed, and I would definitely want to see. So you see how the channel has put all their creative heads in a box, and they have come out with out-of-box idea for a reality TV show. You have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. A mission has been served. Okay, mission has been served, and you have been entertained in the bargain. Needless to add, this show has received a stupendous response from the audience, and this is also the most watched show on Friday nights, I believe, in India. So I hope I have been able to uplift you a bit with the good of reality TV as well. There's a lot of bad in reality TV, but there is a little good as well. So I'd like to then pass on the mic to my friend.
Thank you for that. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone for coming, and I hope that everyone had a swell lunch. I am Andrea Jaramillo. I am from Colombia, and I'm here as Miss Heritage South America. That is a pageant located in South Africa. First and foremost, I would like to talk about the good on reality TV shows. As someone who has grown up watching watching reality TVs, whether I'm bored or whether I just want to entertain my mind with something else, I feel that a lot of TV shows, they they show us what they're going through. The TV stars themselves show us what they're going through. And one good thing about this is that we can take on from watching, and really, if we're going through the same thing, or if we are going to go through the same thing in the future, we can choose then from watching what would be the best thing to do and what would not be the good thing to do. We can learn from watching them on having a better outcome. As far as the bad, there is far more bad and ugly than good. As far as the bad, I feel that the way that reality TV shows portray women is horrific. I feel that the way that reality stars portray us women is in a way that we don't deserve it. As you mentioned, the Kardashians, I watch them regularly, but I feel that there is a lot of young girls that watch them and they look up to them. As some of you may not know, Kylie Jenner, she is she's the youngest daughter of the mother of the Kardashians, Kris Jenner. She is 18 years old now, and she has gotten over 20 plastic surgeries done. She is the most followed girl on Snapchat, which is a social media. She is one of the most followed she has one of the most followers in not only Snapchat, but also Instagram and Twitter and Facebook as well. So as all of you can imagine, there's a lot of young girls that look up to her. The way that they portray themselves is that in order to become famous and successful, we women must showcase our bodies. To them, the way that they showcase themselves is that our bodies are more important than the way that we are within, the way that we are beautiful within. This shows the young girls that in order to become successful, one must get plastic surgeries done. One must try to become perfect in that sense. And in reality, no one is perfect. None of us are perfect. But I feel that that is very dangerous to young girls. I have watched my little cousin say, my 10-year-old little cousin say, do I need to look like that? Do I need to make my breasts bigger in order to make more money and become successful? That way I don't have to depend on a man. And to me, that it's scary, that it's very scary. And I feel that that is something that networks should take more seriously. But as we all know, all that they care about is the viewers and the popularity. But I feel that that is something that head organizations should really sit down with producers of these networks and really speak to them about it. Because as you have shown us, the increase of arrests, of people having that anger in them and taking it out on the world, taking it out on the people around them. Not only that, but on themselves is horrifying. And I feel that as time goes on, it will only become worse. It would only become worse as we have watched. Now, as far as the ugly, there's a lot more ugly. We have watched, such as The Bachelors. You portrayed that there. You showed us there. We have watched people go through the same things that we are going through or that we will go through. And we watch them crash down shortly afterwards. So us viewing them, we now think to ourselves, is that going to be me? Will then I become depressed? Will then I have suicidal thoughts? Because I can possibly be going through those things. So it's one of those things where you really have to sit back and say, what different can I do than them in order to not have suicidal thoughts? There have been several women that have come out of the reality show The Bachelorette that have been found hanging from their houses, and who have then been found by their family members. There have been several stories of these reality stars becoming famous, not knowing how to handle it, not knowing what to do about it, and becoming so overwhelmed with the things that they're going through for everyone to see that they just can't take it anymore. And we as viewers watching that is concerning. And it's concerning because we are just like them. We are just like them. We go through the same family issues, relationship issues. We shower every morning. We do the same thing as them. It's just the way that we portray them. The way that, well, we are not famous like them. But it's also, I feel that it's a way of how we can take the bad to the good rather than the good to the bad. I feel that the only way that this can be resolved is really to take it into higher networks. But I feel that that will take years. That will take years to actually, I feel that it will have to take for a horrific thing to occur, not just 1, 2, 3, several suicides, for them to really take that serious. But I feel that I'm in the era where it should be taken serious before it gets worse. And yes, that is my comment on the good, bad, and ugly on reality TV show.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your opinion. So we have both of them, the lead speaker as well as the panelist, expressing themselves. Now, can we have any questions, if at all there is? Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Rocio. I had a question, I guess, for both the speaker and a panelist. So there's this quote that says, "Art imitates life." And so the way I see it, reality TV is art, it's not life. Because even though in its name it says reality, it's not really reality. You have the manipulation of the camera, and only, of course, certain scenes are selected. So that's the way I see it. So the way I see it, and sort of in my opinion, is that while it is art, while reality TV is art, it also imitates different aspects of life, and just how there's objectification of women. That's how the reality of life is as well. So don't you believe that in order to sort of change reality TV, we have to change the norms, and we have to change the way people perceive women, and the way women treat men, in order for reality TV to also change as well?
Can you please repeat that question?
So basically, I think for when we were talking about sort of maybe possible solutions, and maybe even talking to, I guess, the networks that produce this to sort of change the way, I guess, reality TV is set up, or in the way certain things are, I guess, focused on. I mean, I was sort of talking more about my opinion about how I believe that in order to change that, life would have to change as well. Society's standards, society's morals and values have to change as well in order for reality TV to change. So I guess I was just asking if you would agree with that as well.
Yes, definitely. I feel that, I wonder if you've gone through the whole presentation that I had. I had the bad, of course, bad and ugly, and I had the good as well. I think here content is key. It's a vicious circle, what we have is we call it guilty pleasure. We want to see confrontation, we want to have that shock and awe effect, because our lives somewhere are very routine and mundane. You see, so this is how the vicious circle is. We want it, and they give it more to us, and it only increases. But what I feel is there are certain shows, like I was mentioning Shark Tank, which is nothing, content like that. It's not notorious in its content. It is in fact very constructive. So I think content is key. We need our creative directors, producers to really focus on content, how we can make, and this is an art, this is creativity, how you can have commercial success as well as have a social message, plus have it entertaining as well. Now Shark Tank, it is the most watched program in 18 to 49-year-old demographic. So you have your teenagers watching it, you have your middle-aged people watching it, and they and it has won many awards as well. So I think content is something we should really focus on. We can do without controversy, confrontation, and still have it's running successfully. We can. It is a possibility, but we need our people behind making the show. We need them to be more creative with content.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more questions? Anyone else? Anything about the bad, ugly, or
you can please give me your comments as well, your thoughts on it,
So I was sort of curious, wanted to talk about this, the young teenage girls looking at these shows and mimicking these, Kardashian girls and things like that. I just wanted to say that, these sort of boxes that we put women in, that, if you want to look after your body and you want to look beautiful, then you can't be smart and you can't be successful and you can't get good grades. If Kim Kardashian wants to put up provocative pictures of herself, I really don't have a problem with it. Like, go ahead. I mean, she's pretty damn sexy. But, I just think that it's more what the girls are being taught at home. We're three sisters. I was raised in a home where my mom would look at beauty pageants and be like, oh, I can't wait to see one of my daughters up there. But she was one of the most she's a successful woman, runs her own business. I think we were just not taught that we needed to be in boxes. So this whole reality TV, to some extent we can blame it, but after a while it's really our mindsets and our perceptions and putting women into boxes, Kardashians are quite entertaining in many ways. So there's like a lot of good and bad and ugly within the shows itself. So sometimes to just categorize them as this is bad or this is ugly or this is good, or like I can say even Mitch and Sapne is quite a glorifying to the stars in a way as well. We're building their fan bases. They're doing it for many other reasons, for PR stunts. There's many many things going on like that. So I just think sometimes it's difficult to just say good, bad, and ugly. Yeah.
Could I respond to you? I'm glad you mentioned this because, as I mentioned, Kylie Jenner, how she has gotten over 20 plastic surgeries done at the age of 18. I'm glad you mentioned that the way that some people say Kim Kardashian posted a nude, she looks hot. Yes, I feel that things like that could be taken also depending on how young girls are raised at home. Whether you may say, who cares, she's confident. A young girl out there may say, oh my God, I want to post a nude like that because that's the way that I'll get attention from my friends. That's the way I'm going to become popular. That's the way I'll become successful. I see it both ways because I'm looking at her nudes that she posts everywhere, and I say, she's showing us that we can be confident within our bodies and say, who cares what anyone has to say? Our bodies are the way that they are. Therefore, I'm going to accept it and I'm going to embrace it. That's the way I see it. But I also look at girls that weren't raised the way that I was and that really just want to make it far, they want to make it successful, and they don't know how. So by them, I also think of those girls who look at those pictures and say, I have to do that now. So I'm glad you mentioned that because I feel that it's what you said, it's either or. It's the way they are raised at home. Yes.
And also, yeah, but I would like to disagree with you a little bit on that. No mother would tell her daughters to stop eating, or become anorexic or bulimic or something. The teenagers will not listen. They will. Yeah, of course, reinforcement is also to a certain degree in the house. But what I'm saying is that these kind of shows, add to that dilemma of, if am I happy with how I look, and oh no, this one is looking so beautiful, and she's gone on the knife, and they're constantly putting photographs of their detox diets, and and I did this, and it's such an achievement to lose 3-4 pounds in I don't know 3-4 months or something. These are the achievements that they are like they're throwing at the teenage girls. And so the achievement is not that I got a good grade in school. The achievement is, look how lovely I look, because in schools and all, because of this, partly, you know, there's a lot of bullying and criticism that young girls are doing based on the appearance, physical appearance. Oh, she's so fat, you know, she's such a nerd. She may be getting good grades, but oh God, look at her, she's so ugly and fat and all. And that these kind of shows are reinforcing that. That is my question.
What I'd like to say is that, you know, you are mentioning that it is pretty, the daughter-mother relationship is very, very open and very communication lines are there. But in most of the cases we see during adolescence especially, you know, girls are rebels. They don't want to listen to their mother in most of the cases. And then that age, adolescence age, and when they're in their teens and all that, they're very, very impressionable. They really don't know what is right and wrong. So I feel till they're mature enough to decide, understand the whole thing, they can watch. Of course, you are watching, we are all watching, but we know we don't have to go that way. But when they are going through their teens, when they're adolescents, they are not getting along with their mothers at all. They don't want to talk to their mothers. They're on their own. They would rather listen to their peer groups and all that than listening to their parents. You know, they are rebels at that time. So that is the time I feel if they're watching Kardashians and all that, they can take their own decisions and go that way. And later on it can be too late in their lives to, you know, like undo whatever they have done. So I feel that, you know, till they are mature enough to handle, they should not be seeing it. But what I'm trying to say, if they are showing on TV, they will see. If you stop them, they will go to a friend's house and watch. So the responsibility falls on the directors and producers of these shows also to take into consideration that the teenagers also would be, these are family reality shows, they would also be watching. So we should not create shows like this. Now I'll tell you very frankly about Sunny Leone. You know, our big boss in India, they brought in Sunny Leone from the US to add more attraction to the show. Sunny Leone is a porn star. Nobody knew about Sunny Leone. Now, all those people inside the house who were living with Sunny Leone didn't know she was a porn star. They had to act normally with her. But outside viewers were told that she's a porn star from the US. You won't believe within days, Sunny Leone was the most viewed person on the net. Teenagers watched her. You know, little children watched her. Girls watched her, and they watched what she was doing in life. That was a very bad impact, I think, of this reality show. Thank you. Sure.
I mean, I have no issues with porn stars. And I'm not going to judge a woman for wanting to be a porn star. My perception of this is not about that. I actually, when I did see her, me and my sister Googled her and we went and saw what she actually does. And we were like, but I was indifferent to it. Because I was raised in a way that said, respect what women want to be and who they want to be.
But you were indifferent. But how about a 13-year-old who watched her?
Well, that's because my mother taught me those things. So I'm saying it goes back to the mothers. It goes back to.
But
you don't have to tell your daughter that, oh my God, you get dressed up means you won't get good grades. Who's going to marry you? You know, these kind of things. In our society, it's like even more.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's
but
like,
you had a great relationship with your mother. I can
oh my
understand
God,
that.
I was a very rebellious
most
teenager.
of them don't have. Today
No,
we
no,
have
I
adolescent problems.
I was a very rebellious teenager.
Yes.
We also fought like every other teenager.
Yes.
But I saw her take roles and show different avatars of the feminine.
Yes.
We are different. We are feminine. We have different roles to play. We're Kali, we're Durga, we're Parvati. We are the luscious, sexy goddess. We are Athena. We are Pele. You know, we are. It's okay. You know.
I know.
So,
but at that age,
that's
for
what
them
I'm
to understand is a little difficult. I think that's my opinion.
I agree a lot of what you're saying, especially going back to pageants. Because when I was in high school, I just took an interest in pageants, and I asked my mom. I was like, "Mom, can I do one?" And she's like, "Of course you can do one. Like, what is it?" And you know, I got involved, and it was really fun. And a lot of girls told me, like, "Oh, why do you want to do pageants? All those girls are stuck up." And I was like, I don't know. I just thought it was fun. You know, I get to put on a pretty dress, and I get to, and I got good grades in school. There's nothing wrong with my mind just because I wanted to do pageants. And, you know, I did these events and came out of it and realized the perception of women just because they want to be beautiful is always so negative. So we're told, you know, go through those plastic surgeries and you need to look perfect. But then when a woman is naturally beautiful, look at this beautiful woman, you know, sitting in front of us, we downplay her, or we degrade, we tell her that she's not good enough. So it's like you can't win, you know, as a woman, you know, even if you are naturally beautiful, you must not be intelligent, but be like Kylie Jenner and get a bunch of plastic surgeries and you can be rich. So it's this kind of double standard that we have that just really doesn't make any sense. And yeah, I really want to say my mother also raised me to say, I can be beautiful. Actually, when I turned 21, it was funny. She was like, I was kind of dressed more conservative, and she's like, "You're going out like that?" She's like, "Get sexy, girl. You're 21. Go out." And it was like kind of a moment of me growing up and realizing, I am a beautiful young woman, and I can go out, and I can still graduate from a university and get a degree and make a difference in this world. So I really respect women who stand against the idea that I have to choose. You can be anything you want to be in between. That's what I want.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Just because we are running short of time, I will request us, because sir has been raising his hand for quite some time now, I'll ask him to just finish in 1 or 2 minutes, sir, if at all you can.
Well, my name is Dlantla Shabangu, president of Miss Heritage Global. I'm from a pageantry space, and one has observed how pageants have been, throughout the years, and indeed, one will notice that every woman that walks or that parades on the ramp is hardly clad with anything. They only have a swimwear and everything is showing, and it's okay. That's what those people are advocating. But we sat as a bunch of men, and we said, is this how we want to view our women? And then we came with the thinking of saying, there is much more to a woman than just her physique. So our emphasis is more on the intellect, on the value system, on your background, on where you come from, what can you tell us about your country, and be the ambassador of your values, of your country, and all of that. And we said to ourselves, we are also going to get into the mainstream media, where everything is pumped. We've all been given the best choice of life, which is, or rather the best gift rather of life, which is choice. And everybody has a right to choose. Someone chooses to walk in the streets naked without anything. I can choose to walk in the streets being clothed with something. That person would be noticed, but I can also be noticed on how I present myself. And we are giving these beautiful women, amazingly beautiful, the opportunity not only to showcase their beauty, but to showcase their intellect. And at the end of the day, whatever that happens on mainstream media in terms of reality TV, whatever that is being pumped in, we also have a duty to pump in what we believe. Everybody sells their value system, and no one is negated from going in there and selling your own value system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'm very sure that was very much inspirational for most of us over here. And
I'm the mother, sorry. I'm behaving like one, I think. Yes, please go on.
okay, so with these photographs, we finally come to the end of this session. And just to end, I think next time any one of us watching Kardashians, we will be having lots of thought process going through our mind. I'm very sure most of us would be doing that. Yeah, sure. Ma'am, just 30 seconds, ma'am.
No, what I want to say is that we have to think about what the Kardashians are doing, what they're doing. Everybody's following them. Everybody's getting liked. Everybody's want to get Instagram followers and everything. But Kardashians are the ones that are making the money out of us. So what they're doing is an empire that in America, the show is, I don't know how many seasons already. The girl at 17 years old, she's already a millionaire. So whatever she wears, it's the trend. They can put a potato on the top and everybody's going to wear it, right? It becomes fashion in the world. Not in the US, not in Armenia, not where they're from, in the world. So what they're doing is what every woman should be doing too. Yeah, we're looking at to that, but you know what? How can I make money? How can I make a purpose of my life? Or can I get something positive out of the social media, out of the power that all these platforms are giving you, right? Instead of thinking and trying to be somebody else, be yourself, be unique, analyze yourself. Look what you have, the strength that you have, and based on that, what you want to do is make anything possible to make it happen like they did. You know what I mean? Like the mother, that's what she's a mama. It's called mama manager, mama manager, something like that. Because she just given the opportunities and a platform for the whole family, and that's for the whole generation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your opinion. We are getting very, late by for next session. So we thank you all for this wonderful session and experience you have shared with us. Thank you so much. And we'll be probably having our next session, that is Young Innovators and Entrepreneurs Speak 3 by 2:45 here itself. Thank you. I can actually sign it for you. Is this
Okay, shall we start? Yeah, one of those panels. I'm saying one of those panels where actually I can do without that. My voice is loud enough. Yeah, yeah, because I was saying the number of panelists are actually more than the audience. Yeah, yeah. No, but I really thought that with Mr. Modi. So with Mr. Modi talking about Startup India, Stand Up India, I thought entrepreneurship is currently the flavor of. I think you should have said one panelist and 5 people with them. They're walking in. They're walking in. Okay. All right. So okay. I am Pradeep Gupta. I am moderating this session. Let me give you a bit of a background about myself. I have been associated for the last 2.5 decades with the entire entrepreneurial ecosystem. When it started off in India, so I was with TIE, the Indus Entrepreneurs, and I was president of TIE Delhi. It's a global organization, and then I was a global trustee of TIE. I am the co-founder of the Indian Angel Network. Indian Angel Network makes almost about 30 to 40 investments in startups every year. I have been associated with the IIT Delhi incubator, the IIM Calcutta incubator, as well as Delhi University incubator. So I've been in this entire space, also involved with some bigger funds as well. So Ivy Capital is one fund that I'm involved with, and so on. Okay, so some rules. Let's make it very chatty. Okay, so no long speeches. So initially, I'll just ask you very briefly, 2-3 minutes, just talk about your story, and then after that we can have a very, very chatty sort of a discussion, and would like the audience also to take part in that discussion. So shall we start with you, Tomonaga-san? So perhaps if you can just walk us through Soshi Junction, and how did you start it, and so on.
So hi, my name is Tom Tejima. Together with my actually wife Ayako, we are from Atomat Private Limited, which is running the sushi premium sushi delivery service in Gurgaon and Delhi, South Delhi, and we have just started this year, and we originally came to India for different work 3 years ago, and that was I used to work for the pharmaceutical company, and before that I was I was working for a consulting company called McKinsey, and then before that I was doing e-commerce setup, e-commerce startup. So in Japan. So I don't have any culinary background, or I'm not a chef, or I'm not a sushi chef, but we are excited to, since we fell in love in the Indian market, especially for Japanese companies. India is obviously it's next China thing. So we thought it's a good idea to do something different for the Indian people. So our mission is to promote the sushi eating culture in India. Obviously, from a business perspective, Japanese cuisine has been very common across the world, but not in India. So we felt a huge opportunity here. At the same time, we are passionate about promoting Japanese culture and Japanese content. So together with our passion and business opportunity, we started this venture. Yeah.
Okay. Upasna, your story, please.
Sure. Hi, my name is Upasna. I co-founded what was Delhi's first online and on-grounds platform across food, lifestyle, fashion, and culture called littleblackbookdelhi.com. We started out in 2012 to fill, my partner and I, Suchita Salvan, to fill a gap that we both felt existed in the city between finding filtered content and events to go to meet like-minded people. We've all had yellow pages, we've all had a food and nightlife guide, but what we brought to the table was a platform with a personality for a targeted audience that wrote and assimilated and gave out information across all of these different lifestyle verticals, and also helped people get together over common interests. So, yeah, that's pretty much what Little Black
Okay.
Book does.
So Ayako, would you like to add to what Tom said? How did you get involved in the entire business, and what is the role that you are playing in the Sushi Junction?
Hi, my name is Ayako. I'm also from Japan and running Sushi Junction together with Tom. So we started out this Sushi Junction sushi delivery service in January, which is half a year ago. So I grew up in many countries, like for my father's work. So I was in Japan and I went out and I came back and I go out again. So I grew up in many countries, and then throughout my childhood I felt Japan is my identity. And when my husband Tom decided to start up a brand, Sushi Junction, which is representing Japanese culture, Japanese food, I totally agree. And then I also felt very passionate. So my role in Sushi Junction is, one is to coordinate with the chef team with my home chef background. And I grew up with Japanese cuisine, so I have this palate that I trust. And second, another role I'm taking is that I'm a facilitator of a platform which is involving Japanese expat housewives in Gurgaon to communicate with the Indian community. What is sushi is about, what is Japanese culture. That will make a brand thickness. It brings more story to not only delivering sushi, but we have so much story in behind because we are from this country. That's what we are doing. I'm doing.
So, entrepreneurs get these ideas and then they start. But there is always a story behind that. Something happened, the two of you were sitting, talking, eating, or whatever. What really sparked the idea?
So I guess going back the story, Tom also spent his childhood in States. And so we are both Japanese, but we also spend some times in international community. But that also reminded us it is the very important part of us. That's what we are. And also we also spend time in marketing. Tom was a consultant, but I also, yes. Moment. Would you like to say something?
Maybe if you see the Zomato online, you know Zomato obviously, right? Where the Japanese restaurants are categorized. It's among the Pan-Asian restaurants. So, but that never happened in other parts of the world. Japanese cuisine is categorized as Japanese cuisine. But here in India, you still only find the restaurant, Japanese restaurant, only in the 5-star hotels, not in other places. So we thought there is some gap between here in India versus other parts of the world. But we see a lot of people around us, our friends, Indian friends, who enjoy the sushi. And more people are enjoying the sushi. So we felt yes, it's a niche cuisine yet, but huge demand, huge growing demand is coming up. That's, I guess, aha moment. Besides,
So it was a very planned sort of thought process.
kind of, if you see the.
So I've actually always been an avid traveler. I travel alone a lot. I like to go to new places, to meet new people. Like I said, in 2011, I came back from Nottingham and I was at a Christmas Eve party. And I met Suchita, who is now my ex-partner, my ex-business partner. And we didn't know each other, and we looked around and we were wondering, who to talk to, what to talk about, because everyone just talked about people that they had grown up with, or places that they partied at every Saturday night, or how they spent their dad's hard-earned money. And we just looked at each other and we're like, you know what, let's bring good content to the table, and let's try doing it and see how many people actually read it and take to it. Can we cause that shift from people just going on to what they know to what we can create? I think that was the moment for us. We both were in different jobs. We decided to do this. Within 6 months, we had pretty much half of at least our communities reading and referring to Little Black Book for their daily needs, whether it was food, fashion, lifestyle, and events. And that was that moment where I think the aha moment for us was to quit our jobs and take this up full time.
So let me share with you my aha moment. IIT Delhi, IMCAL, working with a startup company at that time. Today it's $1 billion giant. I was with HCL since 1977. And in 1982, just 1981 actually, sitting in a Barsati in a defense colony and getting drunk, right? That is the usual thing all youngsters do, right? And one of the girls sitting there, she used to work with UNICEF. And she said that, livestock productivity in India is so low, blah, blah, blah. This is what happens when you got few rum and cokes inside you. So she said that let's start a newsletter on livestock. And there was another guy who was from a printing background. I had no printing background at all. That guy said that, yeah, sure, let's go ahead and do it. And I actually, for them, did a back of the envelope calculation. And I had no idea that a ream has 500 pages or whatever. I did that calculation at the end. And I gave them back the paper. And then I said, hey, listen guys, I know nothing about this, but I know that computers is an emerging field. It was very early days of computers, the PC was still not out. Okay. So I said, it's a very exciting field, very interesting field. So, perhaps we should start a newsletter in computers. Somebody said, yeah, PG, damn good idea. Why don't you start it? So I said, okay, sure, I'll start it. And one guy says, okay, I'll help you in the printing. None of them helped me because, all of them were on rum and coke. But that was the moment when I just sort of said that let's start, and I started Cyber Media, Data Quest, PC Quest, Voice and Data. So we have more than a dozen publications, websites, and so on. So that's how the entire thing started. Okay, let me ask the audience, what is it that you want to know about entrepreneurship? And what I will do is that I will, accordingly ask the right questions. What is it that you want to know? Is it about how do you get funding? Is it about how do you get markets? Is it about how do you get mentors? How do you get guides to guide you through? Is it about digital marketing? Is it about compliances? What is it that you would like to know? Or generally you would just like to know about celebrating entrepreneurship?
Just want to know what are the pitfalls when you think of starting entrepreneurship? What do you face and how do you overcome that? Because that's the biggest hurdle when you say, oh, that's what we want to do, and how do we manage that?
So pitfalls, failure, challenges. Okay. Anything else people would want to know? Kumud, you have a question?
Yes. Okay. Tom, I understand that you have a consulting background, so you must have done a lot of work for companies, so you're pretty savvy with the financial aspect or business planning aspect. Did you put in your own money in this venture? What about OPM? Other people's money, most companies. So obviously you've taken
But
this
he is now planning to raise money for the
so
entire venture.
You've taken a very calculated risk, right? How do you feel today, 6 months down the road? How do you feel today?
To make it short, I guess. So this is my second journey as a startup. Initially, I did e-commerce startup with solely not only with the external investors, the money, which I raised $2 million US. I had a really difficult time because of this the internet bubble economy in Japan back in 15 years ago. When the economy is good, then you get the easy money. But afterwards, you realize that it's not your money, it's someone else's money. And all the investors are expecting you to grow like hockey stick. But the situation, the reality is not easy like that. So I realized that no matter how you're optimistic, of course you have to be optimistic to go into that field, but at the same time you have to manage the uncertainty. No matter how smart you are, you have to go through. So now this time it's my money, and I know how uncertain my business is going to be like. But still, I know the capacity that I have. Till that time, I can manage. That confidence is really needed. Especially I involve my wife, my kids, and all these people, though it's my money. So that confidence is still there. Unless as long as I can have that confidence, I'm sure I can we can maintain our business till the time that we catch the real momentum of the consumer. Because you never know. This is a consumer business. It's not, you cannot control the consumer's momentum by yourself. So that's my fundamental belief that I have.
And Tom, have you taken a decision to now settle down in India?
Yes, we are living in India.
Right.
And we are born in India.
Okay.
First kid is, by the way, born in China. So we feel we are attached to these two great nations in Asian countries.
Right.
So we are committed to this country.
So therefore, the decision would have been very, very hard, because there were a number of, and I'm just addressing your issues, because most entrepreneurs, you were in a job, and therefore resigning a job and being on your own. So what is it that makes entrepreneurs different? Okay.
It's a kind of natural, your own story, or natural history, the flow of the history, I would say, which made you to feel this is a destination. We are here not because of our intent, but the company dispatched us to be here, and we happen to be excited to be here, both of us, right? Given that background, the international background that she mentioned. So if you really, it's not about the logic, but if you really be honest about what you feel excited, why you are here, what do you see, what you're interested in that particular place, if you can associate that with your own story, then you feel more confident, and you feel you want to do some challenge. That feel your heart is what I guess what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Upasana, would you like to, the same decision, chucking up your job, starting off your own, it's a major career decision to take.
So what makes it carry
Yeah.
on? For me, I actually tend to get a little annoyed by the use and abuse of the words startup and entrepreneurship. It seems like this big fat startup decade in our country where the distinction between a passion project or a hobby and a startup or an entrepreneurial venture, it tends to blur. For me, it's realizing and living that difference every day that puts you on the line that, okay, if you don't make it here, you don't have a fallback. It's not something that you're doing because you have time free before you have to have dinner with your parents or your boyfriend or your fiance or whoever. It's something that you're doing because you believe in it, and you can stay consistent and manage change, because that's one of the pitfalls that I faced. Change management. Your vision in 2011 to your vision in 2014, it was a completely different take. And change management with people, with your audience, that was a big pitfall, and I think that's what we need to focus on. That's what I would like to implement much better. The other thing that I think is a pitfall, and this comes at a later stage, is how do you keep the soul of your business really pure? I heard something recently, and it really has stuck with me. Is editorial the new advertising? Is advertising the new corporate, and is editorial the new advertising? Which it's not a new thing. Native advertising has been around for ages, but the reason people come to your platform is because you are giving them pure content. You are giving them, at least I'm talking about in my case, you're giving them a trust factor that what we are selling you is not a sellout. So how do you keep that pure? Because that is the integrity of your business, and business to me is as personal as it gets. It's not something that I can differentiate from myself.
Okay. Ayoko, why sushi? I mean, there would have been other options also. Could be a Japanese restaurant. Why sushi?
So before we start up this business, my career, the previous career was laundry company, from Swiss-based laundry company, and I was working for marketing. And so after that, I quit because I had to give birth to my baby, and then I was off from my work for about 3 years. And during the 3 years, what I spend my time is taking care of the kids, doing my housework, basic housework, the work tasks. So, and I think Tom's reason is something different why he chose sushi. But for me, food is something that I later noticed that's something I enjoyed during the 3 years. Which these 3 years I was suffering a lot because I used to work very, very hard. And all of a sudden I had to switch my perspective to kids and housework. I suffered a lot. But during that time, food also gave me an enjoyment. I think that, and something that represents Japan. And sushi is a great culture, and it's very popular in all over the world. And I feel the potential.
So, one thing which holds back entrepreneurship is the fear of failure. Okay. And especially, in Japan, most people prefer to go and join a corporate and work for a corporate, and that entrepreneurial culture is not there. So, was that ever something that was holding you back? Or because of your international exposure and so on, you just said that doesn't matter if business works or not, we should go ahead and do it.
So I guess I started my first e-commerce company just like a Flipkart of India 15 years ago. We busted. But I knew I wanted to do some startup that can be a kind of global big business, contributing to the society at the same time, kind of thing. But we failed. But still, since this is the thing that I really wanted to do, so I learned from failure. But if somebody would ask me to do that startup, then I would definitely regret what I have decided to do. So that experience again emphasized me again to focus on what I really like to do. Back to the conversation that I have is what I really follow your heart is.
Follow your heart.
Yes, kind of.
Okay. And what about you? You said that you sort of burnt your bridges, resigned, and so on. But was there family support? Was there what mitigated the fear of failure?
I think for me it wasn't a question because I had it easier than a lot of other people do in terms of family support. At that age, very honestly speaking, you want security more than a risk unless someone's funding your entire life. I had a lot of family support. I had great, immense, amounts of parental support.
And your parents are from a business background, or are they from?
They are from a business background, but it's a joint family business background, so it's a very conservative sort of business background. There's 26 people in the house.
Right.
So it's a very, sort of traditional way of living. So these things aren't easy for them to comprehend. They weren't. It wasn't easy to comprehend that, oh, she's not going to be married at 23. Wow. you know. But then that was a good support. Also, I think that the timing for us was a really, really big boon. You know, in Delhi at that time, everybody our age, like that 25 to 40 years of age bracket, as I like to classify our initial audience, they were looking for exactly what we wanted to provide. You know, there was that need. Somehow that time that market wasn't saturated. I think that really kept us going initially.
And so for how many months you also were self-funded for?
Yes, yes, for the first 3 years.
Okay, so let's talk about the first funding.
The first?
Funding.
First one.
You know.
It was
and you left around that time when you raised the first funding.
Yes, right before that.
So share both those stories. Sure. Why did you leave and what was behind the first funding?
Okay. Behind the first funding was definitely a fear of taking someone else's money. We did not need much. We both had savings from our jobs, and we kind of just made a go of it and used it as a 6-month experiment. You know, that in 6 months, if this starts to give back, we stick around. Otherwise, we carry it on as something on the side, because that's how it started, as a journalistic project. So that worked out pretty well for us because, you know, as opposed to a lot of other people, we kind of started making money quite early on, at least enough to sustain. And we didn't hire too many people initially either. It was the two of us for about 2 years, actually, with a few interns give and take. So the first funding worked out beautifully because it gave you that liberation sort of feeling that you need to be able to do whatever you want. There was that pressure was not there initially. We had the luxury to design the company the way we wanted, you know, the foundation of the company. So that's the first part of it. The second part is something that is actually a quite painful story to even focus on sometimes. So I opted out of the company right before we got funded. It had been 3 years since we had been setting up Little Black Book. It had and has become one of the most widely read publications online in the country. But at some point, my ex-partner and I stopped seeing eye to eye on the vision. You know, that vision became divergent to a point that it became not only damaging, but very confusing as a time waste. So I'm personally very against the whole editorial becoming advertising approach. And that it hit that point where I decided that I'm okay to have done this. I've brought this where I wanted to bring this, but I'm not happy to watch it go into a direction that I don't want it to go in. And at that point, either you have two options. You can either stay there and hope for, you know, both of you to meet halfway, or you let the company live and you decide to take the next obvious course that comes to you.
Did you still own equity or?
No, not anymore.
Not anymore.
No.
So you took an exit from
Absolutely exit, yes.
the company. Ayoko, you know, with a young kid, all right, how do you manage because you know this is something that very often holds back women entrepreneurs, is managing the work-life balance. So would you like to talk about that?
I don't have definite answer. I'm still struggling with my kids because they value a lot and it's something very important. But I also don't want to. I also want this business to be very successful. Two very important things that I have to balance in my daily life is very, very difficult. But I believe that every day I spend a bit of time to talk about business to my son is something that I want to do because there's any way that I cannot do perfect as a mother. There is something that I cannot do. But on top of that, I can do something to talk about the business and involve his emotion. That is something I am trying to communicate with my son. And I hope and I wish that it'll be something for him. Otherwise, in terms of help, I get lots of help from other mothers. Yes, so my surroundings it has been supporting me. Yes, that's how I balance.
Thank you. So Tom, you are now are you ready to raise your first round of funding now? What's the status of business right now? Are you cash positive and so on?
We are not cash positive yet, but we are very comfortable about the future of the business. So we have already started discussion with the potential investors and the business partners, both in India and Japan. One of our journey is we have already our company itself is investing on the company called Salada Days, which is a salad delivering company. And the purpose of that is to have a business synergy, of course. That is number one. Number two is to have a India-Japan partnership so that both partners can bring something new to the market. Those synergies that I'm trying to find in Salada Days as well as Sushi Junctions. So we are
Okay. Let's move on to marketing. How are you currently reaching out to the customers?
Yes, so thanks to LBB as well, we do a lot of online marketing as well as offline marketing as well. It's kind of 360 degrees marketing. We also believe instead of as compared to a traditional marketing approach where the niche cuisine becomes the message is cascading down from the five-star hotels to all the way to the the restaurant in the cities. We are living in a more complex world where the so-called bloggers or influencers online having a really good channel to cascade on our message. So not only we are approaching to these the top-notch food critics, but also we are approaching to these individual food bloggers who are particularly interested in not only food but also culture, so that they themselves are becoming brand ambassadors for us. That's how we are.
Okay. You are now a consultant for digital marketing and social media marketing.
Yes.
So would you like to share what exactly you do and how is that very different from the traditional marketing?
So what happened right after I exited Little Black Book was a lot of friends, different people starting their own companies, started coming to me for designing their brand strategies. That okay, we have this idea, and how should we go about it? And that's when I started doing creative strategy for them. So what I essentially do is not execution for them, but I understand their product, service, or event, whatever it is, the property, and then I help them design a basic plan that makes them reach out to their particular target audience. What I also do is if there is something which hasn't been established yet, I help edit out that plan, because by being in the loop of things, I believe I can foresee what will do well and what won't, and what already is in the market and not. So it becomes like a well-rounded approach to helping someone set something up or rejuvenate something existing. So for example, like a cafe in Shapurjat, which has just opened, called Greener Cafe.
Mm-hmm.
It's an all-organic store. It's a one-stop shop for products which are eco-friendly, organic, and they have this cafe which only has everything positive and green. So it took about 2 months to set that up, and we eliminated 3 plans with the founders just on a casual consultancy basis. So that's
Okay, but on the digital marketing front, there are you earlier talked about keeping editorial and advertising as separate, but that is getting mixed up.
It is mixed up,
right?
Already,
and therefore, what would you advise your clients?
I would advise keeping.
Would you say that go to a certain place where the guy gives you a good review and stuff like that, which is what actually happens on a lot of digital media platforms
So
and
you mean-
bloggers?
Do you mean that you should pay your way out of it, or?
No, so today when digital plans are made, they would have content and advertising sort of linked. Club.
Yeah.
So would you advise your companies to do that?
I would advise only a small percentage happening through that, and that too to be very transparent. For example, when you see something on Facebook, right? You see an event on Facebook which has been sponsored, you can see it's been sponsored. It's not a hidden native advertisement. For me, that is an informed decision taken by a company to tell their audience that, listen, I'm trying this to reach out to you. It's nothing wrong that I'm doing, because look, I'm telling you that this is paid for. There are a lot of ways to get around it. For example, there are bloggers, no, there are a lot of bloggers which won't specify. It'll be things that they've picked up, labels that they've picked up. I won't name them right now, but they pick up labels, they crack their deal, and that's the outfit that they recommend for the next 2 weeks. So this happened all over Fashion Week. It happens during all of these food festivals, including Grubfest, any of these.
Yeah, so you know what Times of India does? Please look at Delhi Times and see the masthead line there, which says that this combines editorial, paid advertising, everything. So a blanket statement. So, I mean, buyer beware, that is the sort of a stuff that Times of India does. Okay.
And even if there is a disclaimer, there are so many ways to get around it. Because that is the main monetizing option for a lot of people and, to grasp the power of media.
That's right. So if I spend
yeah,
sponsored. Yeah, so those are the dangers that are there.
Exactly. Yeah. Which is what you're cheating your audience in a way.
So this is the problem in the traditional media. In the traditional media, the content and advertising were very, very different.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean they were completely independent departments, would not see eye to eye with one another if it came to that. But that is getting merged completely as far as digital media is concerned and social media. Yeah. Yeah, so what we do is that advertorial, we will mark it as an advertorial, we will use a different typeface, and we will say whatever you want to do it in that, whatever you want to write it, is perfectly all right. As far as editorial is concerned, it is completely independent. That is the sort of a thing that we maintain. If you're giving a paid ad, that of course is going as an advertisement.
Which makes sense.
So that is the way lines are sort of drawn. Having said that, in the traditional media now, the portion of print is going down. So there are more events. Now when you do events, you are closely tied with the company's strategy. So yeah, you will not go ahead and you will say that, so-and-so is the best company to buy the products from. But what you will do is that, let's say, take an example. If there is Canon, and Canon wants to push color, right? So you can create an event which is around how to bring more color in your printing, what are the design aspects, and have speakers which are talking about color and all that, right?
And make them a sponsor. They do it with everything.
Yeah,
We did it.
So that is the way you will promote a category rather than a specific product. That is the. But on digital it is all getting mixed up because you don't know what blogger is writing because of what reasons, which may be behind that.
It's the stylists in magazines, they get a package every second day, right? You talk to anyone at Harper's, you talk to anyone at Vogue. Initially 10 years back, maybe that was considered, oh, so sweet, look at this guy, he's launched a new line and he's sending me a little package. Now it's a downright bribe. They don't like it, they hate it. It's obvious. Why would you? It's like, it's like someone coming and saying that you're so nice, mere baare mein likh do. So
I hope, what about quality of the product? Because in food, quality is something which is important, and he looks after strategy and you look after the product itself. So how do you manage great quality?
So sushi is a very detailed work needed food, and for us Japanese, detail matters a lot. And what we see in the market is that though you provide sushi is something. By the way, we provide maki sushi, which is a roll sushi. No nigiri, roll sushi. If you have heard of roll sushi, yeah. So it's made out from one sheet of nori, and then when you cut into pieces, the cut is consistent. That matters a lot. And then quality of the ingredients as well as the rice is also very important. So if you see in the market, some of the vendors, I don't see the consistent. So that's when you eat sushi, you can take a look whether the pieces are in equal sizes, whether when you put it, they're same height. That one thing you can look at. So for us, we have a very trained chef under a Japanese chef for a long time, and then the cut is very good. Also, in order to make a consistent quality of the product, we basically measure every single ingredients, which is time consuming, and it is for our delivery platform, time is very important. But I think in one way, promising the time, on the other side, promising the quality is also a very important thing. That is why we spend a time to measure every single ingredient. That is how we sustain our product.
Questions? Engage her as a consultant.
Sorry?
I was selling for you. I said engage her as a consultant.
True. That too.
That's just editorial content.
Of course. Highly recommended. I actually don't blur the two. So when I sit with someone, I explain to them very, very categorically that marketing, especially in India, is based on two things, because we are in that phase where people don't just want a good product, they want to be known as using a popular product, right? So when you're marketing something, you're one way looking at sales for sure, but there is a big important pillar, which is your brand visibility, right? Who is talking about you? I might talk about Louis Vuitton from morning to evening, but I might not own a single piece in my closet. But is that adding value to the label? Yes, it is, because it's being talked about. So for me, all of these digital marketing platforms actually add more to brand visibility than to sales. And to understand that distinction is very important. This is also mistaken in the PR field. You know, you engage a public relations manager, whoever. The first 3 months, they tell you, don't expect us to generate sales for you, because we are just getting the right people to talk about you. When the right people talk about you, and by right they mean the people who people listen to. The right people might not be the people who actually buy your product. It has nothing to do with the buying capacity. But if today, you know, I think he's very cool, and he starts talking about, oh, you know, Pasna, there's a new restaurant, Pings at Lodi Colony, blah, blah, blah. He's going to go home and have like a nice dinner with his wife, and I'll be like, you know what? I need to check out what PG recommended, man. I am going to Lodi Colony.
It's a mutual admiration society.
So you get, like, it's a sort of a chain reaction, and there is no way to map the direct effect immediately, but it's something that it's based on a lot of faith, which is why it's so important to engage the right kind of, you know, marketing agency, or have the right kind of influencers talking about you, right? They have to be somebody who relate to your brand. I can go more into detail if you want.
And by the way,
yeah.
It's
augmented word of mouth. It's true.
And by the way, digital is growing far more rapidly
in India
than, you know, what one would tend to believe. I'll just give you our own example. Since the last 1 year, we are working very closely with Google, and we are now their partners for AdSense, AdX, AdWord, DFP, Lead Gen, all their programs. And we have now onboarded about 200 web publishers and a network of 500 million page views, okay, and about 1.5 billion ad impressions. That is the sort of a network that has been built up in just 1 year's time, and it is a network which is growing literally 10% month on month. So I think digital is happening very, very rapidly in India. So revenue is a percentage of the Google revenue that happens on that entire network. Okay, so it's significant. Food business. Oh, by the way, this is the last question.
So we have started from this year. So and we are planning to we have been planning to invest much more than other players to make the operations copyable to the other locations. So we are investing on HR policies. We are investing on processes, machines, and all these things. So we are not profitable, but we are on the right track, we believe, and it is soon going to be profitable. Yes, of course, of course. Yeah, yeah.
How many customers?
We have no, it's
No,
not. It's
it's
not the restaurant. It's a delivery only.
Delivery service, sushi.
Only delivery. Yes, we have more than 2,000 customers in
Wonderful.
Gurgaon only, and we are extending to South Delhi as well.
Okay, so you have a supply center now in Delhi as well?
Not yet. Not yet. We
Not
only
yet.
have one location, but we are planning to expand to that.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for this wonderful group of entrepreneurs. Yeah.
No, I'm saying if with the video, do I need to use the microphone or will it get my voice anyway?
No, you need to
You
take
have
it because
to.
when the video is
Yeah, it's not going to be. Is this?
not be
You tell me.
audible there
Is this?
in
Is this
YouTube.
an okay? Or do I need to hold? Is this okay? You can hear it. Okay, good. All right. Let me know when.
You just
can
take
start.
it when ma'am is speaking up. Ma'am, you hold it up.
Yeah, that's usually we do this check when no one's in here, but we're gonna do it now.
Actually, everyone is just hold us here.
Yeah, I know.
So we got a clear voice
So is it
in
good?
your video.
Check, check, check. Good. Good. Perfect. Do you want to start? Yeah. Okay. We'll just check. You know. You know what I mean? I know. Okay, good. Okay, are we all set? Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. So, hi everyone. I've seen a lot of you, I think, throughout the conference, and some of you at my table and around. So, it's really nice. Thank you for coming out and being here today to hear about the Ohm Factor. So, my name, for those of you that haven't met me, is Alka Dillon, and I'm the CEO of Technolink. And Technolink is an IT services and management consulting firm located in Washington, D.C. We serve about 16 federal government agencies and about 30 Fortune 500 companies in the IT space globally. So I'm really happy to be here with you today. I wrote a book called The Ohm Factor to talk about the principles of meditation and spirituality in our work lives and whatever it is that we do with our day, and how we can influence how we manage the stress that we feel, right? How do we deal with those things in the moment when you feel like you're going to die? How do we do that and do it better, and how we lead in whatever it is that we do? And how I came to write the book is kind of how a lot of people come to write things, through catharsis and through situations in life that might not be the best when you reach a very low point maybe in your life. And in my case, it was a very tragic time, a very sad time when I was about 23 years old, and my father died very suddenly. He died right like in front of us. We saw him in the morning, and then we didn't see him in the evening. He died of a heart attack, and he was completely healthy, so it was a big shock. And I have my mother and two younger sisters. At the time, one was only 19, and the youngest was just about to be 16. So one's about to graduate high school, and the other one is about to graduate from university. And I had just started working in corporate America. So to say that that was awful is an understatement. I can't even put it into words. And even though it's been 20 years now, and I'm showing you my age, grief is something that you never really get over, but it moves to a different place, right? That's what happens with grief. So with me, with the Ohm Factor, it came about from that place where I was, I took it very badly, like anybody would, and I was in and out of the emergency room for about 30 days. One day I couldn't walk, one day properly, one day my heart was beating so fast my family didn't know what to do, one day my leg would fall asleep and it would feel like it was paralyzed. Nobody knew what was wrong with me. And so in and out of the emergency room I go, and they say to me, you know what, it's stress. So we all hear that 5-letter word, stress. And I said, I'm not going to be able to continue like this. What am I going to do? And so I just looked at myself in the mirror one day and I said, you have to walk down a different street. You have to do something different. No one is going to pick you up but you. So get it together, because your family is depending on you, and you need to, not be in and out of the emergency room because they've already lost their father and their husband. So you need not to add to this. So I enrolled in a yoga class that day. So, and I know we have a yoga teacher here in the audience. So I enrolled in a yoga class that day, and that I happen to be of Indian origin. I'm an Indian American. I am, as I mentioned, in Washington, D.C. And I was brought up on the principles of yoga and meditation throughout my life and throughout the ancient spiritual teachings, and those were all taught to me. But you don't pay attention when you're young and you're growing up and you have too many better things to do. You don't want to pay attention to that until you need it. So I go to this yoga class and I'm doing the stretching and everything, and I'm trying and I'm believing that this is what's going to save me. This is what's going to help me. And at the end of that yoga class, what was there? There was meditation. And in that meditation, it just brought me back to this vision where I would see my father sitting on the banks of the Potomac River on a rock, and he would sit and meditate after we'd go running and jogging as a family. And I thought he was crazy. I really did. Who's going to sit there for 30 minutes and still and meditate? I, again, had better things to do. So I did the meditation, and I said, my God, I feel not only so relaxed, it was beyond relaxed. I felt connected. I felt connected to that which was lost, because when he died, it took so much of me with him. So I said, I'm going to come back. So I came back, and I came back every single day for 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, I did not set foot into an emergency room ever again for that situation. So that's how that became such a big part of my life. And so I realized that my circumstances hadn't changed. My father was still dead. The grief still horrific, but it enabled me to deal with it differently. And that's the birth of this book that we're going to talk about. And so then, years later, I started thinking about the intrinsic qualities of people that seem to flow through life. Those people that saunter into a room and you see their energy and you're like, oh my gosh, I have to talk to her, I have to talk to him. They seem so amazing. I just want to be around them. And they're in tune with all aspects of themselves. They know what is happening. They are very, what we call, and what we're going to talk about more, very present in the moment. They know what they want to do, and they're not thinking about the next moment. They're here, and they're with you. And so I realized that I started to notice that they were responding to situations, and they weren't reacting to them. That was the quality. They were able to just, even if there's a crisis, they're sitting there, they're listening, they're nodding their head, and it's a serious situation, and they're like this. Meanwhile, if I hear that, the stock market is crashing or this deal didn't go through, I was always just, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? So I coined it the Om factor, that they must have something and they have the Om factor. So I don't know if you guys have a piece of paper, and if you don't, you can just kind of think about this, but I'd like you to think about what qualities you feel a good leader, a good manager, or a good executive possess. You want to just take a couple minutes, either think or write it down. You guys are pretty in the moment and astute, so you may not need to write it down. But just take a couple minutes and think about that. And this, when I talk about leader or a manager, an executive, this can be in any field. It does not have to be in, sitting here in what I say corporate India or corporate America or anywhere in the world. It could be, you could be a stay-at-home mother. You could be, we have a dancer and musician here in the room as well. Anything that you do. What are those intrinsic qualities? And then now think about or write down, what is your leadership style? Okay, so you've thought about those list of qualities that you think comprise a good leader, but what is your leadership style? How do you interact with employees, co-workers, and bosses? And more importantly, what are your strengths and shortcomings, which a lot of people don't like to talk about? And just so you know, there are no right or wrong answers. There's no test at the end or anything like that. So many people think, and this is because of the society and culture that we live in, that a leader has to be, what are some of the words? Assertive, strong. What are some of the words that you guys had for your ideas of a leader? When you think of a leader in your head. Oh, I like that. No one has ever said that. Whenever I've asked this question, no one has ever said that. I think that's a testament to the Women's Economic Forum right here. So that's great. Okay. So here's the thing that I think that we don't realize is that whatever it is that's on your list and whatever it is that you are feeling that you are is okay. Because why? A lot of times we think that if we have to be a leader, we have to be put together, everything needs to be going exactly as it should be. We have to be assertive, we have to be strong. There's no room for indecisiveness, vacillation. You can't waver, you can't make a mistake. That's not true at all, right? That is completely something that is inaccurate because that is a very ego-based mentality. And the thing that I'd like to share with you that I think is very, very different and a completely new, and I hope it will no longer be innovative, but a new concept of when you look at leadership and when you look at the person that you want to be, and when I say leader, again, it doesn't have to be in a company, it has nothing to do with you. Nothing at all to do with you. That mindset is completely ego-based. So if you were to write on your list, I feel that, the qualities of a great leader are assertive, authoritative, powerful. Those can be great qualities. But if you write passive, if you write fearful, if you write unsure, that's still a leader, believe it or not. Because why? Because conscious leadership has nothing to do with the qualities that you possess at all. And that goes against everything that we're taught. All we are taught is you need to be strong, you need to be perfect, you need to be great, and people are going to follow you. And to me, that's complete. It's false, and it's just it's a very ego-based way of thinking. When you have one style of leadership, and when you are around people and you have only one style of doing things, everything is going to continue in the way that it was going. There will be no room for creativity. There will be no room for growth. There will be no room for anything that is going to be great or new. So if you wonder why in your life things keep happening to you and they happen the same, like why is it that, oh my God, I keep getting sick? Why is it that I never can close, any deals? Why is it that, let's say you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, why do I keep running into the wrong person? Why do I keep getting the bad guy or the bad girl? Why is that? You are looking at things from completely the wrong perspective. So I want to definitely share that. So when we talk about true leadership is not the act of leading, but it's rather cultivating the fertile ground within others. This is my definition of leadership. This is when you tune in to another person's individual vibration, you connect with them, and you find out what it is about them that makes them happy, what it is about them that makes them tick, what it is about them that are their dreams, what are their aspirations. When you do that, you will see magic happen, and this is in your business relationships and even in your personal relationships. So the reason why that is so effective when you do that, and I've found it to work so well, is that when you can live at the level of not being at the level of the ego, you live at the level of what? You live at the level of what we call God, right? And God is, this is not a religious talk at all, neither is the book religiously based, but it's a very spiritual concept because God lives within us, right? It's our highest expression of ourselves. It's our highest vibration. And in order to tap into that,
you have to be able to look here, go within, and make sure that you are not sitting there projecting your things onto someone else, right? So you are taking in and looking at yourself and showing others what I call the art of the possible. When you focus on other people and when you focus on what it is that you can do to help them, to make them achieve what they want to achieve, I promise you, you will get what you need tenfold. So Albert Einstein said this great quote that I love, that everything is energy and all that is there, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. It can be no other way. This is not philosophy, this is physics. So there's a lot of science behind this. A lot of science behind what we're going to be, well, what I'm going to be talking with you about and sharing about. And I think what I'd like to do right now is share with you guys a story. Have you all, has anybody here been to a place called Miraval? It's in Arizona, it's in the States. I know we're at a global conference, but you never know. I ran into someone at registration that I have only met 2 times, and she's from the States, and I looked over and I said, oh my gosh, what are you doing here? And you never know who you can run into. So there is a place called Miraval that is an amazing, amazing, amazing place. It's a very spiritual place. It has the normal day-to-day beautiful spa, beautiful healers are there, all these things, but it is the thing that makes it beautiful is that it happens to reside in a place in Arizona that has a very, very meditative, very powerful, very high vibrational frequency land. And that is the land of where the Native American Indians were settling before. So a lot of shamans are there and a lot of healers are there. So it's very magical. They had an opportunity there to do a class called It's Not About the Horse. Okay? I have never ridden a horse. I don't like horses. They scare me, or they did. And I said, you know what, I'm going to come here and conquer my fears. I'm thinking we're going to be learning how to ride horses. So I go, I'm excited. And when I get there, there is the teacher, and there are about 6 or 7 of us, and there are 6 or 7 horses. So I'll get myself together, and there are these pails of water and tools next to each horse. And they say, you know what, you guys come over here. So we go over there, and they say, now clean the horse. And I'm thinking in my mind, oh my gosh, here I am. I'm going to be cleaning a horse. I don't like horses, certainly don't want to clean them, and I don't know how I'm going to do this. So I start doing what I think and cleaning the horse and doing all this, and you get to the part where you have to clean the legs. And so I start talking to the horse, and I say, listen, I'm just cleaning you. Can you please lift your leg up because I need to get underneath here, and I want to do a good job. I always want to do a good job. And I'm trying, and this massive animal, and I'm just like, please, please, please help me. Can you please, lift up your leg? And the horse does not budge. Then the teacher comes over, seeing me struggle, and I wasn't even paying attention if anybody else was struggling, and the teacher says, may I be of assistance? And I said, okay, sure. And they said, well, what are you doing here? And I said, well, I'm begging the horse. I'm talking really nicely, and the horse is not listening. And he said, well, why don't you try it a different way? Why don't you walk away and approach it again? I said, okay. I walk away. I start doing, some things in my head to get myself in a more centered place. I walk back up again, and yet again I say, okay, horse, come on. We got to do this together. Let's do it. Horse doesn't lift up the leg again. So at this point, I'm going to hold this. So at this point, I'm very frustrated. I'm embarrassed. I'm feeling all of these things. And then the guy comes up to me again. He said, how can I assist you? And I said, listen, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to. The horse is not lifting up its leg.
So he said, okay, well, let me show you. So he goes there, he doesn't say a word, he lifts his hand down and he lifts it up, and the horse lifted up his leg. And I'm thinking to myself, because my ego mind was saying, well, he does this every day, so I mean, that's probably why he got to do it. But then I thought about it, I said, he didn't say anything. He walked in with purpose and he did it, right? So I said, okay, and he said, why don't you try it? So I said, this time I'm not going to say anything, I'm going to go with purpose, and I'm going to go, and so I walk over, I take the horse's ankle, which you have to do it right near the ankle over here, and he lifted his foot up immediately. I learned so much in that moment. I learned so much in that moment about myself, how I deal with people, how I deal with situations, and I think we can all learn from that, right? When the horse understood that I knew what I was doing, I believed in myself, the horse got that energy, just like the people that you are leading get that energy and vibration from you when you have confidence and when you go with a purpose towards something that you're trying to do. That horse understood that energy and vibration, and that is why it is so true that you have to align yourself with the energy of somebody else. So that was an amazing, amazing thing. And, the thing I also learned is that when you are in harmony with people, and you are, when you're in harmony with people and you are living at that level of what their vibration is, you'll realize that you don't have to march at the same beat of other people. You can just be in harmony with them and have your own instrument and go and do what you need to do, but your vibration will still be along with them. There was another quick thing I'm going to share with you that did happen with that horse, and I don't know if you guys have heard. Have any of you guys ridden horses before? Are any equestrians in the room? Right. So there it is. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So I think they're adjusting it. So there is a that's nice of you to say, because most people in my family would disagree with you. So thank you for saying that. So there is a thing called a longing whip. And it's like a whip that you would see, and it is used to lead the horse, okay? And they use this to lead a horse. Where do you think they stand when they have to lead the horse? Where would anybody think? When you're trying to lead a horse, where would you stand? Stand. Where would you stand? If you were leading a horse with a whip, would you stand in the front and the side, right? So you're supposed to apparently stand in the back. You are supposed to stand completely behind the horse where the horse cannot see you. That is counterintuitive to anything. So I saw that, I said, how is this working? Turns out the horse's power center is actually located, you have to turn at a 45-degree angle. It's located exactly at a 45-degree angle towards its rear. And your power center, which is where we are right here, this has to be aligned with that. And there you have the physics that comes into it, right? When you're aligning your energy with that of the other person's power center. But where are we taught that we lead from behind? Right? Captain is at the helm of the ship. Parents are the head of the family. When you're in a corporate room, the board or CEO is at the head of the table. Everything that we are taught is to position yourself in front. And it doesn't work. So I feel like when you can allow people to have their own journey and be able to allow themselves to grow, and you tune into what their vibration is, as we've been talking about, you will realize that you will get a lot more out of it. You will get a lot more out of them and out of yourself. So when we're talking about this, if you can take a few minutes, again, you don't have to write, but you can think about a current or past work experience, or again, interaction, on how you might be able to approach it differently by aligning your energy with that of someone else's. Like, how would you shift your approach? How would you do it differently? Right? Because every time when we think about things, and what we have been thinking about is how is it that I can show them how it's done,
right? What if we were to just look at it like not showing them how it's done? What if we were to look at it that, you know, how are we going to lead them by leaning in to them and their vibration? Does anybody want to share how you would do it differently? Anybody? What were you
No,
saying?
but in our Gujarati, there is a saying that pran and prakriti go together. So whatever we might become gods also, they are what they are. We have to change, but when we have to get along with them, how do you do it?
Right. And so that's what I was noticing in all the time that I've been, you know, in doing this in the corporate world and in just my life, I realized that every time I thought I knew how the best way was for something to be done, it very rarely turned out to be the best way, right? So when I took the time to sit down with the other person, whether it be your employees, whether it be somebody in your family, whatever it is, when I took the time to sit with them and say, hey, you know, how would you approach this? Okay, I totally took out how I was going to do things. And believe me, that is much easier said than done. Much easier said than done. When you do that, and when I started to do that, I noticed that, my God, they came up with such fantastic ideas. And then the project went so much better, right? So that's, I just encourage all of you to, when you talk about, when you think about how can I be a more conscious person, a more conscious leader, that's how I would recommend, is that it's beyond just listening to someone else's ideas. It's way beyond that. Absolutely.
Like the 6 and 9, you write the number 6, and you know I'm looking at it as a 6, and you're looking at it as a 9.
Right.
So if I get into the other person's shoes and see the situation from that person's perspective,
Absolutely.
that's when things get done.
Absolutely.
Care about yourself.
Absolutely.
And then,
Absolutely. And that's the entire, you know, premise of what we're talking about is shifting that perspective. So thank you, you know, for sharing that. So what I'd like to do now is talk a little bit about what it is that enables you to do that. How are you able to do this? I've found that the way that you're able to do this is through meditation, right? And a lot of people, if I know and I know everybody's going to raise their hand in the room. We have a lot of meditators in this room. I'm sure most people here meditate. So, but a lot of times for those of you that don't, or when we hear about meditation, we think of it like somebody sitting on the, you know, sitting there at the summit of Mount Kilimanjaro, and there's, you know, just sitting there like this saying Om, right? That's not what it's about. Okay? The biggest thing is that you need to understand that that is the connection to yourself. And how do we go about this? It's actually really simple. You are not going to be focused on how long you do this for. We're going to do this together right now, by the way. So you're not going to focus on how long you're doing this for. You're not going to focus on how you know, what you're repeating, what you're not repeating, but you're going to connect within, because the only way that you can tune in to somebody else and achieve that level of success is by going within yourself and connecting with that. So I'd like to invite everyone to close their eyes, and let's do this together just for a minute. And sit with your hands, with your palms, with your palms facing up, and thanks. With your palms facing up, and yeah, it's okay. With your palms facing up and your eyes closed, and your palms facing up on your knees, so that you can receive the energy of the universe. Now I just want you to focus on your breath without manipulating it and without judging it. So don't worry about how many inhales and exhales are there. Now, when you're ready, just slowly open your eyes and come back within the room. So I just wanted you to get that sense and feeling to bring you here within this present moment of bringing yourself into the place where you're looking within. Now, there are a lot of things that we deal with in the moment, right? There are a lot of things that we deal with in the moment that make us feel very stressed out, right? And what do we do and what can we do? What do we do and what can we do to deal with that in the moment? So what I've done in the book is I've taken 7 specific emotions that we all feel, whether that's feeling overwhelmed, whether that's feeling indecisive, whether that's feeling fear, whether that's feeling anxiety, and teaching how you can deal with these things in the moment. So in this particular one, there are things that are called mantras, right? So mantras are the sacred utterances that have a specific spiritual vibration attached to them. And then there's an English affirmation to them, which is the same exact thing. Those are those power statements, those I statements, and those belief statements within. So the English affirmation of when you feel overwhelmed is "this too shall pass." So I chose these specific affirmations, or the Sanskrit mantra Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, which we've all heard if you've taken any yoga class, and it is, Om peace, peace, peace. When you repeat these either out loud or in your mind even when you're silent, they have a specific vibrational frequency attached to them. And what it does is it brings you into the present moment, it calms your nervous system down, and it enables you to be able to be in a place where you're meeting with someone and you're feeling that, and that stops. You could try that. We don't have the time to try that here, which I usually would. But if you try that and use these specific mantras and affirmations, you will see things change for you. So when you are trying to heal the wounds that we have, I recommend that you find a quiet place, you close your eyes, you observe your breath. Don't be judgmental if you have thoughts. You let them come and go. And you repeat your mantra affirmation if you wish, as if you're listening to it. That is what is not required, okay? I want everybody to know that. There are many people, including myself, that meditate without any mantra or affirmation, okay? You just observe the breath. But if you'd like to, there's nothing wrong with that. Here's the other thing about manifestation, picturing what you want to manifest. A lot of times when and I talk about this in the book, when we try to make more things come into our life that we want, how do we go about doing that? And people wonder why they don't happen. Okay, look, I've gone within. Okay, look, I can, I've done everything I'm supposed to do. Why are these things not happening? If you are unable to picture it in your mind, if you are unable to see it in your mind, if you are unable to feel what it feels like to have it, it will not happen. It's very, very, very important to be able to picture and feel and see what it is that you want. It cannot be that I want to be, okay, you have these aspirations of I want to be a multi-billionaire or millionaire, and you've never even experienced what that's like, right? You've never even experienced what that feels like. It doesn't just happen like that. But if you take something that, listen, I'd like to, bring more, financial stability into my life, and you've experienced what that is, you can manifest something like that. So I'd like to encourage you to keep that in mind. So there's 2 things, I wanted to share about why people do this. And there's a study that was done by a Stanford professor named Carol Dweck about a fixed mindset versus a growth mindset. A fixed mindset is a type of person that believes that anything that if they're going to be perfect at it or be good at it, they're born with. Okay? You have to be born with it. You can't be taught it. You have to do everything right. And they are so used to getting things done properly a certain way, they don't want to deviate from that. So they're very rigid in their thinking. So they're not very open-minded in hearing Like these are the people that when you tell them, hey, can I give you some constructive criticism and maybe how you could have done this better, they immediately shut down. Okay, one, because their ego is at a very high level, but more importantly, they're so scared that they won't be able to succeed at what they were doing if they try something different. So she found that there are people with a fixed mindset, and then there are people with what is called a growth mindset. A growth mindset is very expansive. It's someone that is open to everything that is happening around them. When they get things right, they want to know what they got right. They want to know which answers they got right. They want to know which things were right in what they did. And they want to learn more. Always, always, always. And when they're wrong, they want to know why they went wrong. So I encourage everybody, in this study she found that for people that were more successful in life and in anything they did, they came from a very a growth mindset. So again, the Om Factor is a very practical tool with incorporating spirituality into whatever it is you do. So I've been talking about all these tools. One that I use a lot is this active meditation. It can also be done for 12 minutes if you want to sit and have 12 minutes to do that, but who has time to do that a lot of the time? You can use this actually in the moment, and it's a Kirtan Kriya meditation, and it was actually used with Alzheimer's patients and patients with depression. When they did this meditation in a study, they did this particular Kirtan Kriya meditation, Satnam meditation, which I'm going to show you quickly. When they did that meditation for 12 weeks, okay? 12 weeks they did this meditation daily. There was a 67% decrease in those patients that had depression. 67% of those people were cured. Why is that? When you touch these points, so for Sa, you're going to touch your thumb and your pointer finger, Sa, and then Ta, right? Na, and then Ma, right? Sa, Ta, Na, Ma, Sa, Ta, Na, Ma. So even when I'm talking and I'm doing this, what it does is they're neurotransmitters that are on the pads of your finger. You can do it with one hand or with two. Right now my mic is occupying the other one. It sends a signal to your brain through those neurotransmitters and completely calms down the nervous system and brings you into the present moment, along with many other things. It also increases the length of your telomeres, which are at the end of your DNA, and those are what help you to live longer. People with short telomeres have shorter lives when you do the autopsies, and the people with longer telomeres have longer lives. So all day long, if you want to do this, do it. But especially when you're in an acute situation where you're feeling overwhelmed or you feel like you're not as focused, just sit and do this. I have seen entire situations change when I have done this because why? Because you change, right? You bring yourself into that place. So what I'd like to do in the next slide is I was going to do something else, but I think we're a little bit short on time. These are the 7, and I'm going to give you guys a book, so you don't need to write this down. I'm going to give each of you that. But if you're feeling overwhelmed, if you're feeling inadequate, if you're feeling anxious, you're feeling indecisive, angry and resentful, taken advantage of, or disrespected, these are scientifically and they were chosen for their specific vibrations that they have. So I encourage you to use them in the moment. And then there's 7 traits in the book at the back of the book, towards the second half of the book, where you use those particular traits and cultivate them within yourself. And when you do that, you will respond to situations rather than react to them. And that's where we all want to get to. So I'll leave you with, I encourage you to not judge yourselves, understand that it has nothing to do with you. Nothing in life is that serious. Nothing in life is that you have that much of an impact, right? Where it is going to make the house burn down or fall, right? So what you need to do is connect with yourself. That's the first step. After you've connected with yourself, connect with others, reach out to them, bring out what's best in them, And through that, you will see yourself responding to situations, not reacting to them, and being in a better sense of well-being, a better leader, a better mother, a better wife, a better father, a better brother, and better in all your relationships. So it's a very practical guide. You can read it completely through one way, and people have been telling me that they've been going to the certain parts that they need, that they're feeling in that moment, and they're using those tools. And but it goes into much greater depth. But I wish you all well. Thank you all for coming, and please, they'll pass you out a book if you don't have one, and I'll be happy to sign it if you'd like. Thank you.
So we are left with our time. So if you want to discuss anything, I'll be getting you the books. Yes, question answers. We can just make it. You have mic.
Emotional people, they feel very disturbed at very small things
right
that happen to them. So how would you say one can overcome this type of situation?
Right. So I through meditation, because the thing is with meditation that people don't understand is that they feel that it depends on how long that they do it, right? What I've found is that if you meditate for just 2 minutes a day, but you do it every day, okay? You don't have to do this prescribed 20 minutes or whatever it is. If you do, that's fantastic, great, good for you. But even if you did 2 minutes a day, every day, it's much better than 30 minutes than once a week. When you're able to then tap into yourself, you will tap into that source that's there, and then those, where do those things come from? Those emotional, when they get emotional about every little thing, it's because they're insecure. When you're insecure within yourself, you lack a belief in your abilities to deal with life and situations, right? You feel that you're not worthy, you feel you're not good enough, probably because you've been told you're not good enough most of your life, or you've been made to feel that for some reason.
I think sometimes also anger creates this in a person.
Right. And there's a reason why that was one of the emotions. So these emotions, by the way, are all things that I felt in my life. So when you get to that place of where you have anger, that is because you remember Nelson Mandela actually said, when you hold on to anger, it is as if you're drinking the poison and expecting the other person to die, right? So when you are able to let go of that anger, and that is very hard to do. I am not standing up here saying I don't feel angry. I feel angry a lot of the time, right? But it's how do you process it? Stress, honestly, what I've realized, stress does not even need to exist. Stress is our perception of how we digest what is happening, right? What the events that are happening, what is happening around us, how we digest that is what creates stress. If you digest it where you don't take it so hard and you don't take it as stressful, you're not going to be stressed out, right? But if you ascribe everything to yourself, oh, this is my fault, or this is the other person's fault, it's always the blame game that gets played a lot of the time, because again, our egos are involved and nobody wants to be wrong, and it's all these things that we've talked about for this past hour. But I feel, just to go back and answer your question, I feel that if that person, or if any person, if we can start to go within ourselves and connect, even for 2 minutes a day, I think it's very important to note that. There are a lot of people making a lot of money telling you that it needs to be done, this way, that way, or whatever.
1 hour minimum to sit at one place.
Yes. I mean, that's fantastic. If you want to do that, that's great. It's not going to make it, bad or good, but you don't have to do that. It's that connection. Because what happens is, I don't know if you guys have found with meditation, those of you that do meditate, when you do that, you then leave that place of wherever you're meditating with that stillness still inside you. So your body is moving, your mind is moving, but your soul is at this place. And that's where we want to be. I can travel to many, many countries, or I can, talk here in front of hundreds of people, and go do my job and then be with my family and do all of these things. how can you do all of that and maintain all of that if you're either not on prescription medication or meditating, in my opinion? So I choose the meditation over that. You know, you don't want to be sitting, popping pills when you can really deal with it from the source. So that was a great question. Thank you, because a lot of people, I'm sure, feel that way. So anyone else? Great. Thank you, guys. Great. And then in between, I can sign your books if you guys want. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you everyone, and thank you, and thank you for the.
A very good evening to everyone. We are just about to commence the sub-plenary sessions for today. All the dignitaries have already arrived and the topic would be about entertainment. We have a total 8 members as panelists, and I'd just like to introduce the moderator for today's session. She's Tia Walker. She's a business consultant and author from US. She's with us. And now I'd like to hand over the mic to her. She will moderate the entire session. Thank you all for coming.
There we go. All right. Well, thank you. And it's my absolute pleasure to be here with these beautiful women and to talk a little bit about entertainment, which crosses all of our lives in one form or another. And I think we'll just start by having each of you introduce yourself and just say your name and a little bit about what you're up to these days.
Hi, I'm Sumana Mukherjee, a filmmaker from Kolkata. I have been making films and documentaries. Nowadays I'm working one movie called Atin Ela and Char Adhyay, which is based on Rabindranath Tagore's novel Char Adhyay, and it's set to release. And looking forward to make another feature film in couple of months. Script is on going on, so let's see. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm YY. I'm a health psychologist by profession, but I model as well. I was the Singapore supermodel second runner-up, and right now I'm actually helping an initiative called ASEAN Fashion Designer Showcase to allow young talents in Singapore and ASEAN region from Laos, Cambodia and the Asia region to showcase their talents and give a platform for young designers to be able to showcase their talents and be able to sell their clothes in the region. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bye-bye. So I'm Shivani Wazir Pasrich, and I have a company that does cause-driven theatre, and we do lifestyle events. It's called SWP Productions. I compare events, live events, and I have done a number of television shows, anchored them on beauty, fashion, health, travel, quite a vast spectrum of different kinds of activities. About 10 years ago, I set up a production house because I wanted to do original productions. So we do cause-driven theatre on empowerment or conservation or good sanitation, now that our Prime Minister's agenda is so focused on that. The thing is that entertainment to me is not a profession. It's something that I was born to do. So when you say, what is it that you're doing right now? Actually right now is a moment in itself. So perhaps the reason why I'm able to get invitations to come and compare events is because I'm not an external plant in an event who gets told what to say. I become a part of what's going on, and that's because I enjoy it very much. So today when I came for the conference, in the afternoon I saw this very beautiful lady wearing very high heels. She had no hair and a very beautifully shaped skull and a presence that was quite dramatic. We spent the afternoon from about 2 to 3:30 on the terrace at the poolside with the sun beating down, and she was so kind because she collaborated with me and we filmed her story. When I met her, I didn't think her story would be as moving but it turned out to be one with so many layers. We came down together and we heard Neha speak for the next hour, and now here I am, not going to say any more because I have to hand over to my next panelist. But during the course of the afternoon, there'll be a lot more sharing, and I'll tell you some of the stuff that I'm doing and some of the stuff that I'd like to do.
I'm Vasu Pramlani. I'm a stand-up comedian and an environmentalist and a somatic therapist, and I teach business school. And I'm a triathlete, and in July I'm hoping to do my first full Ironman in California, actually. So yeah, that's a brief. There you go.
Yes, let's give everybody a round of applause. Okay, I already know this is going to be an amazing session. And I can feel the passion that's here, and I know that I really appreciated what you said about it's not just a project or it's in you, it's something that you love. And I don't think it's something that we step into when we do work that not only is creative work, but work that can be used as a force for good in the world. So my first question is, how is it that you envision yourself and the work that you do as a way to give back, expand, and be a positive force as a woman in communities?
Tia, I have an organization. Called Culture Curry. We promote talent from across the world, wherein the upcoming talents and also the female talents, whether it's from photography or whether it's from acting or dance or music and or theater or filmmaking or short competition. That is the one event we have created where everybody showcase their talent, and they get the mentorship, with renowned filmmakers or with renowned theatrician or with renowned actor or with renowned photographer. So and I think everybody, each of us who is present in this hall are doing something. Maybe I'm learning from you. I'm learning from the lady sitting. I had a talk with Vijay, and she have given me a nice talk on yoga, on breathing, and I feel everybody, each of us, if can share the one particular thing which can change our lives.
The way that we give back sometimes, it's that in kind, meaning that we're giving of
about doing when you are doing something you're passionate about is about living what you believe in, what you really want to do. So for me, as a model, I realized that I've passed that age of really doing. I used to do a lot of runway shows, and when at that point when we were doing it, I think the attitude as a model and the professionalism as a model is very important, because we never complain even the shoes are too tight. Okay, we don't complain if the shoes are too big. We can stand for 8 hours non-stop in very tight boots that are very ill-fitting, and we I know I had to like soak my feet and lie on my back. There was once I remember I did a show. I was on the heels for at least about 8 hours, and after that I couldn't stand. The next day I have to just lie in bed because my lower back was so painful. And we just keep on going. I mean, in a way, the people see the glamorous side of being a model, but it's actually really hard work. I'm sorry to to say that, but it's really hard work. In a way. So And I think the attitude of being a model professionalism also means that you do whatever you are to help the designer. To me, my role as a model is to help the designer to showcase their work. You know, it's not about me. It's not about showing off what I have, but it's about showing what the designer has to say. It's a story that the designer wants to convey to the audience. So I realize, because as I get involved in the ASEAN Fashion Designer Showcase, and recently Singapore celebrated SG50, our 50th Jubilee year, I was involved in this Singapore Fashion Runway, and I realized that something that I took for granted as a model, it was something that I learned in the SG50 project, because we actually cast for models all over Singapore to ask them to come forward to do the show. And I realized I had to train every single one from scratch in terms of the attitude, in terms of their work ethics, because I realized it's not all of them understand what it means to be a professional model. I have to train them in terms of even very basic things, like if the makeup artist give you the makeup, you don't go and clean it off and put it on your own again. Because now this eyebrow doesn't look nice on me. So they go to the toilet, they clean it off, and then they put on their own eyebrows. I said, that's not the way. And some of them will like take their phone on the runway, tuck it under their bra, and they just go out the runway. I was shocked, because that's something that I would never ever do as a professional model. So that's part of educating the younger generation, about the work ethics as a model. That's one. And the other thing is about fashion. I have learned is nowadays it's no longer the world of models. It's a world of personalities, because every blogger can become a model. Everyone who has a personality, if you have an Instagram of a following of maybe a few thousands or 10,000s, you can be a model. And I think advertisers appreciate that more than just a face or just a runway model, because they have following, and that itself is advertisement for them. So I think in the modeling industry is slowly evolving to the point that I think modeling is no longer the trade that it used to be. So right now I feel my role is to come up with a new generation of models who has more than just a pretty face. They need to have personality. They need to have a good attitude, a good work ethics, and also that's why now I'm working very closely with the designers to push out ASEAN designers, because I feel that a lot of the young talents and designers are not getting the platform they should be getting. It's a tough industry, because even you have all the talent in the world as a designer, but if you don't know how to market yourself in the industry, you are nothing, and people will not know about you, and that's a sad thing. So I realized being a designer is not easy. So that's why me and the Singapore designer called Hayden Ng, we came out with this initiative to really push out these young talents, to give them a platform. And we are very practical about it. We have showcase because we want to sell their clothes. We want them to earn money. Yeah, it's not just about just talent and the runway show, all the glamour and all that. It's about the finances. It's about the practical things, about selling your clothes, getting your clothes out there, and going to push it out to people who really appreciate their artwork and pay for it. Yeah. So that's the initiative.
I would love to promote the handicraft part of the young handicraft people who are doing the handloom thing of Kolkata or West Bengal to your company.
I love it. Collaboration happening
thank
already.
you so much.
Live.
Okay, so what should I say? Listening to YY, I'm just reminded of my theory of what I think life is about. Each and every one of you who's here in this room is here for a reason. The lady with the lovely long pendant who just walked in, there's a reason why you walked in at this moment. Is it a life-changing reason? Maybe. But there is a reason. I believe in cosmic connections. Niharika is sitting here. I just attended her session. She works with the Delhi Society for the Welfare of Special Children. I'm on their board. We had no idea we were going to meet here. Who you meet, where you meet, why you meet, there's all a reason for it. And my concept somewhere at the back of my mind is that I want to make goodness fashionable. So I want to help, well, if it's the Delhi Society for the Welfare of Special Children, or I work with a charity called Ekatvam, which works with people with epilepsy, whatever it is, it should become fashionable. Now, for fashion to take over something, it has to be fun. And that's where I feel that the entertainment aspect, which I am able to inject into a situation, is what I'd like to use. So it's that so many years of experience on television, film, theatre, and live shows, which I can put together to say, okay, this works and this doesn't. So essentially, that's what it is. But I really can't say what I do or where I'm going, because for me it's every day is an experience that leads to something. It's chaotic because every time I get an idea I say change track, we have to do that first. And also with events, somebody calls you up and says, look, I'm doing a new airport hangar launch, and suddenly you need to know about airport hangars and how aircrafts are kept positioned there. And sometimes someone might be doing a poetry album release, or some great judge may be writing a book on some path-breaking laws, and you might have to anchor the launch of that and explain what that's about. So the agility of mind, which actually makes you rush in different directions, is also what gives you the USP, or the unique point, which makes your work stand out and be something on its own. So this is not something that I decided. I had actually thought, coming from the kind of family I came from, my grandfather on one side was the Chief Justice of Jammu and Kashmir. On the other side, my maternal grandfather was a huge industrialist. So we grew up with events actually, because on his birthday, the 11th of January, thousands of workers in the factory would come out. They would be fed. They would put together dance, song, qawwalis. There would be prayer meetings, and then the most talented would come up and they would perform, and then my grandfather would give a speech. Now, I never realized this, but all of that was what was making me an entertainer. I never thought that those prayers where I was sitting and getting bored stiff were going to be the ingredients with which my future would be shaped. Because today, if I talk about I'm the Tiger, which is a conservation project I do, and we have a story of mythology infused with funk. If you have a rap song, way back many centuries ago, not long after civilization began, tiger lived in the forest of India, a fine example of the head of a clan. Or so if it's that, or if it's a shlok which comes out, Shivo Guru, Shivo Veda, Shivo Deva, Shiva Prabhu, Shivo Smeham, Shiva Sarvam, Shiva Dhanyanna Kinchanam, both are with equal ease. And that's not because I learnt it, it's because it became a part of me. And I think that's what our lives are, and that's why such a platform is so important, because we are all becoming a part of a positive movement. No one is here to speak better than someone else, to look better than someone else. Everyone's here to incorporate, to take it. So when you come in that kind of an environment, you just grow from strength to strength. So our production company is doing this play on women's empowerment, with which we've toured to New York, we've been to the Women of the World Festival in London, we've been to Poland, to the Ujazdowski Castle, but that's just a part of what we do. Another aspect is the lifestyle stuff. So we organize polo matches and lifestyle events, and so that's a lot of shoshabazi, as I say, which means fanfare and fun. And we have the creme de la creme arriving and enjoying an afternoon of sunshine, hopefully, and good play and nice outfits and hats, and the media and the band and the trick riding and the after party and all of that. So it's really a vast spectrum, and I consider myself hugely privileged to have the flexibility to actually have a dream every day and then run after it. Whether that dream gets realized at the end of the day or not, at least I dreamed it.
Yes, yes.
The way I give back is I incorporate in my stand-up comedy issues on the environment, on women's safety, gender equality, on LGBT diversity. As a somatic therapist, I work with rape victims and CSA survivors, parents of autistic children, caregivers who go through excessive trauma, and give them their dignity and their life back because of the trauma they collect within their bodies is stuck for decades. So I do that. I teach business school. I'm an environmentalist. Even today I took public transport as much as possible. If I can run or cycle to some place, I do. When I used to work in Cyber City and I used to live in East Delhi, I used to cycle 65 kilometers a day to work and back. So yeah, in every personal, intellectual, and physical way, I like to give back, and for standing for the cause of women, and for doing all of these things. This March, I got the Nari Shakti Award from the President of India, which is the highest honor that's given to women. That's led to a few other jokes, of course, but yeah, and I do not stand for the concept of patriarchy, of men being superior to women, which is very rife in India particularly. So whatever it takes to defend women, if it's me or anyone else, I will stand up on the street and take them down, basically, whatever it takes. So, and for you know, what you said, I think that was disgusting. If I was on the runway and I had to display heels, I would do it like this, rather than wear them myself. This is bad for your back. Why would you?
So why are we wondering why you're not on the runway?
Why would you do this? Disgusting. Yeah, no, good, man, but really just show it, just, you know, like that, with hand, and, you know, all right, there you go.
But I think it's
I'm appreciating
why
this.
I'm wearing it is partly for the designers. So I think they said something about heels is because when you're elevated, it just looks better, the clothes. It's not about for me. It's not about being feminist or you know, because I feel it's, if you see it as a piece of art, yeah. So it's different expression, yeah. So I don't judge.
I think definitely when you quantify something as feminist or non-feminist, then it's very much a world of us and them. So heels, there are many ladies who would say they make me feel so good. So if something makes you feel good, why not?
Well,
You know?
I think the key thing is we're all choice, and I think too, though, which I'm appreciating, is an awareness how some of those choices are made for us in a system that sometimes is male-dominated. And I think I want to just speak to that really quickly because that is an important thing. I know in entertainment, I read a really interesting statistic. First of all, there are many women, I don't know, many of you may know about Gina Davis and her effort for gender equality and more presence of women, because we actually are a third of the writers in most television and media, and yet we're 65% of the people who watch. So there's a little inequity there, and so I think even that awareness that we can bring around that, and then our role that we each hold as, you know, speaking sometimes at those points where, say the Dove campaign, when at one point it was like enough. And I think when we use our voice in a place of power, rather than you know, being submissive to things that we feel are not in alignment. So again, we're all at choice, but I think we all have, I call it the joyful burden of speaking forward when we know there are situations that you know when it's not quite right. So I have a question. This is just fascinated with what came up. A couple things. So one of the things is, in your industry, whether it's filmmaking or fashion or acting and comedy, where do you see the biggest challenge right now for women, and where do you see the biggest opportunity to step forward? What are you seeing?
I think for women it's a pay inequality. One of the biggest issue which we are facing as a female, that if it's a male actor, they would get a much good paycheck, and if female, then they will get peanuts. So that is one of the biggest challenge. And the positive point is women are go-getter.
True.
For, I think, the fashion industry, it's where I honestly got to meet a lot of friends, both male, females. In terms of paycheck as a model, it's quite the same in terms of gender. Unless you are a supermodel or you have attained a certain popularity, maybe you get paid a bit more. But I think fashion is a place where I grew up in, and it opened my world to differences, because I embrace all kinds of differences. I don't judge anyone. I have friends, most designers and actually models, they are not straight. And I embrace their gender identity. I don't judge them. And actually, in fact, they become very good friends. I got a lot of good friends who are not straight. And I think as I grew up in that environment, I'm just open. And I'm very accepting to who they are. And in fact, I have friends who come to me. They say that, you know, you are one person that I'm so comfortable with. I don't feel judged by you, and I'm so comfortable to be just who I am. So I think fashion is a place where actually I learned about acceptance, about not being judgmental, and until now I have friends that I know for a long time, and I think I just celebrate who they are. Yeah.
So one of the challenges that I find is that the kind of work that I've done is such a vast spectrum. When I've anchored shows on television, compared live events, I find the desire for people to want a compare who they believe in, or an anchor who they would like to have, is quite prominent, and they will pay whatever they have to. However, when you do a work which is cause driven, so whether it's I'm the Tiger, Swachh is Cool, Draupadi Will My Spirit Live On, all these projects of ours, people love to say how great is the work you're doing, but when it comes to actually financially supporting cause-driven work, it is a huge challenge. In terms of fun, I think the most amazing thing is the fact that work is so much fun. So it's great to have that opportunity to do something which you love to do. Another challenge is it's always a work life and personal life compromise. And I have two girls. They're very kind and very supportive. And I I want them to grow up and be able to do what they dream of as well, because that's what I've done. And yet I don't want them to grow up and say, well, you know what? Our mother was too busy speaking at women economic forums and she never had time for us. As chairperson of the Commonwealth Society of India and the Asia representative of the Royal Commonwealth Society, I have been trying to create events, whether it's realizing opportunities that exist through the Commonwealth or opportunities that exist at all, to help people come together on platforms and share concepts, ideas, and possibilities of doing things. And in fact, in September, we are thinking of putting together a wonderful project in Himis in Ladakh, which is going to be on healing, wellness, and we'll have a whole international community come together there under the umbrella of the Commonwealth and see how that can take shape. So that's one of the things in the offing.
So in stand-up comedy, there is a perception, the gender divide in India is very strong. And there's a perception that women are not funny, you know. And we often say that you have to let women speak to find out whether they're funny or not. So a friend of mine, actually, I'd invited him to an all-female comedy show. And he said, I had no idea that, you know, I didn't believe that women could be funny. you know, I can't understand women's issues, and half the time I can't understand what my wife is saying. And, you know, I was like, yeah, what am I going to do when I go there? And he was texting me at 4 a.m. He says it's 4 a.m. and I'm still laughing. And I had no idea that I was able to relate to every single thing you guys say. So there is a general perception that, you know, if you have a male-dominated company, which is virtually every company, then they'll be like, well, how can you bring a female comedian in? Because she won't be able to connect with the audience because they're a male, right? And it's funny because, I mean, I went to Bangalore and there was a group of CEOs. They were about, you know, 45 above. And they were like, that's how we know all your jokes because he's told us all your jokes. And I've actually have women come up to me and they've said that when my husband and I fight, he usually uses one of your lines. And then we'll both laugh and then the fight gets diffused. And I was like, dude, I'm a marriage counselor. But I was wondering what lines he was using because I do a fair bit of male bashing in my, you know, so he used, I don't know what he's using, but they count me as a very staunch friend. I don't know how that is or why that is, but, you know, so.
Number 37.
What is that, number 37?
Joke number 37.
Yeah, raise your hand, like
No.
that? No?
It's when the husband and the wife, they number their jokes.
They memorized it like that?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So I'm a woman and women and math, you know. Did you see that? Did you see that? Miss
Oh,
USA
yeah.
and math? Did you see that? You should see it. Look it up on YouTube, Miss USA and math.
Yes. All right, and I think there's such a place for humor. And what's funny, and it's interesting actually, I had a conversation at lunch today around comedy and women in comedy, and speaking of, like, you know, some of the greats in the past, and actually curious about, you know, the opportunity that's available, even in everything that we do. You know, the idea that there's some levity in it and that it's okay and that we actually, you know, that's a part of, to me, being in the feminine and celebrating and being light and fun and all of that. So anyways, appreciating the women comedians who don't always get the same opportunity, and yet brilliant humor has come out of.
You know, I don't get why women comedians aren't the first people you'd hire because they're as funny as the men are and they have boobs, you know? How can you, you know? How can you not? I mean, it's good to hear and good to look at, you know? There's no scraggly beard going, you know?
Love it. We all need a comic on the panel, right? This is good. So I'm curious about the internet, like where technology has kind of leveled the playing field, because I know it's a little bit better as far as the producing shows that are actually web-based. So in your respective fields, what are you seeing? Like, what impact is the internet and technology having on your field? And I just want to say, I was at the NATP conference, and it was most fascinating to me, where that's a National Association of Television Producer and Entertainment. And something that was really interesting, I was sitting in on a session, and many of the networks are now asking that you come in, if you have a show idea, that you literally you've got 100,000 hits on your YouTube. Like, there's criteria. They want you to have build your audience and to really prove your show or your concept before you even get a shot at it. So I'm just curious what you're seeing in your areas and how the web and internet has affected you.
This is very, I think the web revolution started 6-7 years back, you know, and I feel everybody have a mobile phone, and lots of working people, whether male or female, they don't have time to go and watch television. And so what we do, okay, fine, let's have a YouTube channel, or let's search if it's available on net or not. So if we see, okay, fine, I want to see this film and it's available on net, I will go and I will watch it. Similarly, so when this is coming as a technology, mobile, and I'm traveling and I want to see one of the shows, supposedly I want to see her comedy show. I will type her name and I want to watch it on my mobile. It gives me personally. I am not sharing with anybody, but I'm seeing it. Similarly, if I want to hear your discussions, I will type you. I will Google you. Okay, fine. You have your YouTube channel, and I will see your discussions. Okay, see your conversation. So I feel it's a great tool. Web technology is a great tool. Mobile is a great tool. Smartphone is a great tool. Camera is a great tool. Whole scenario of entertainment industry has changed because of this internet, mobile, smartphones, and whole perspective have already changed, and it have a great potential because you are connecting one to one.
Beautiful. Couldn't agree with you more. I think it's kind of that's leveling the playing field, where you actually have an individual making a choice and really kind of beating a system somewhat, in that, you know, the power of just that support that you can get direct versus going through the layer of some of the established networks. So, yes.
Okay, so I have a different take on this. I think it's a great tool, but to me, the whole idea of connecting is looking into someone's eyes. So when we put our I Am the Tiger 6-minute film on YouTube, and I got an email from them saying, do you want to commercialize on this? It was literally like I shut my ears and ran, take this email away from my inbox. How can you commercialize on something which is so pure? Luckily, I have a business development manager who is not shy of technology, and I find it kind of intrusive that every time anyone enters a space, they bombard you with it and say, this is what I am doing. So it's one thing to have a one-on-one connect, and it's another thing to become megalomaniacal through the internet. And I think that's a scary thing. So it's great that this tool can, and it definitely should be used, but it'll have to have certain groundings which make it sensible. Right now, it's just a glut. People taking selfies. Selfitis is a disease. People are dying because of it. There was a photograph I saw of 30 people lying on the edge of a cliff like that, and the bottom of that picture said they all died when they tried to get up. So that was one selfie. Another selfie was these girls. It may sound funny, but it's actually a huge tragedy. You know, people are taking photographs by the beach and falling into high tide and dying. They're dying because they've become so obsessed with this. So, I don't know. I believe in entertainment, and it should be with the heart, and it should be with the soul. And this might lack a little bit of that soul. I'm not saying I don't use the internet. I'm not saying I'm stuck on my phone all the time. I am. I'm a victim. But having said that, I hope we don't lose what's so special about us.
I have produced one movie in 2007. Technology playing villain, you know. So in that movie, I took a subject, MMS scandal. So yes, I agree with her. It have a bad effect also, but it's on us how we utilize it. You know, how we are going to utilize it. Whether we are going to utilize the bad effect or whether we are going to utilize the good one.
So for us, it's all about the public, about how people perceive us. So it's critical for us. I'm going to be shooting an environmental comedy sitcom actually. It's going to be, so we're going to be shooting it in June. So we're going to release it as a web series initially before we pitch it to TV channels precisely. So it's going to be, always, bring in social messaging through comedy. And then on our YouTube channels, we have our comedy. And, whenever you're feeling down or depressed or in despair, look up comedy. Like Freddie Stebbins out of Miami, he said this. He said, laughter is the best medicine unless it's taken rectally. So, I highly recommend it.
Okay, for me, I think fashion is a little bit different in terms of it's not really direct entertainment like a show. Like we don't broadcast everything, but the problem is it has effect on finances in terms of how models are being paid. Because right now, like I shared, they want personalities. They don't just want a pretty face. So it's affecting the industry. I'm not sure about other countries, but in Singapore, designers don't really pay models very well now. In fact, it has always been a very poor industry in paying. Last time when I was a model, it takes about 3 to 6 months to get after you did your job, it takes 3 to 6 months to get paid. But right now, I think although it's like about 10 years, I think that was when about, 20 years ago, when I was modeling. I think as a runway model, you are paid between, I think, 150 to 500 Sing. Now it's still the same, about 150. And having considered all the inflation and everything that's went through, people sometimes are so hungry for fame and all that, they just do for free. Like bloggers, they just do for free. So it's really killing the whole industry in terms of fashion and how models are being paid. That's one. And of course, social media has revolutionized how we market our everything. I resisted Facebook for such a long time personally. I resisted so much until I had to do it because I started my own business. That was the only reason I had to go into it. Because I have 2 kids. I'm very protective of their privacy. So on my Facebook page, my friends know I will never show their actual face. I'll get like side profile, close up on one eye and all that, but I will never like really show the actual face. And I hate it when someone took our picture and tagged me on Facebook. And then, with my kids. So I said, can you please take down the tag? I will just tell them, because I really, treasure the privacy very much, although I know it's a very powerful tool for marketing. So I separate my private life in terms of what I want to say on Facebook and everything, and I have a so-called a public thing that I will only show what I want the public to know, and I'm very careful about the content. So that's how I got my private life. And in terms of marketing, it's really amazing because now nobody actually goes on TV to promote their things, advertising, and that's why the other very sad effect is on local television. I think it's really killing a lot of the media and everything. So, but I think for us, social media has really definitely changed the way we communicate, how we relate to the whole world. Like right now, my friend is doing a Facebook Live. Hello, everyone. I'm at Women's Economic Forum, yes, with all the very iconic ladies. Yeah. So we are on Facebook Live right now. So I think my friends actually can see what is actually happening right now, which I had to give her permission, say yes, I can do a Facebook Live for this. Otherwise, So I think as a mother, I feel the sense of very great responsibility in teaching my children how to approach social media.
Again, when she brought this up, the privacy issue, I think it's very important to share this whole intellectual property aspect as well. We organized a polo event, the Tata Polo Cup, on the 13th March, and somehow I find my work, the most important thing is the goodwill factor. To me, that is the most important thing. I had someone who wanted to collaborate with me to take one of our productions overseas, and she went abroad. I sent a gift for one of our collaborators, and she left it in the hotel room and told the lady to pick it up from her hotel room, and I broke the relationship with that promoter, because I thought at the end of the day, anybody who works with us should remember that experience as something intimate and special, and not as something you go do the job and pick up your gift. Now, that is something that I treasure. And recently in this event of ours, there was a person who came with a gift, and he said, I'd like to give a few gifts to your guests. As a mark of respect, we said, well, hand them over to us. We'll announce your name and give it to the guests. So we had nothing to gain. That person who was marketing cigars actually tagged our polo event as his company's polo event. All the photographs he took at the occasion, he came up to me and he said, "Oh, can I take a picture with you?" And you think, how sweet, you know, how charming, whatever, he just is enjoying the experience. He put up everything on Facebook and tagged it as his smokehouse, whatever the company name was, company Polo Cup. And SWP Productions was nowhere on the scene. My reaction to that, you could have done something really substantial and said, "How could you and how dare you?" But that's not the idea of how I like to work. So the next time he invited me for an event, I just didn't go. But I don't know if just that form of protest is fine. I think decency on the net is something that has to be inculcated, and it's totally absent today. Everyone is so into getting their picture clicked with the first person they meet and posting it and saying, "Look, I was with XYZ," even if it's a morphed photograph. So that's something, decency on the net has to be promoted.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that, and that's called a hijack, girl. And I think we need to call it when it happens. I mean, for me, I'm really, there's a certain amount of courtesy, and respect and courtesy is a given to anyone who I'd ever want to work with. And so I think when those boundaries are crossed, that there are very tactful ways that we can call that out and say, that won't happen again, because these are the standards that I have, and these are the relationships how I like to build, and that totally doesn't honor that. So anyways, I know we're kind of running short on time. I did want to ask or allow everyone to ask questions. We have a Q&A for the next couple minutes, and then we actually have an award.
So from audience, anyone have any questions? The session is open for question answers. Anyone?
Actually, all my ex-boyfriends all have to wear elevated heels because they are usually shorter than me somehow. I don't know.
Well, I'll just share some very cute story. I used to host a breakfast show, and my co-host next to me, we chatted and chatted morning after morning, and many, many mornings later, when I was interviewing my husband's sister, who happens to be a Commonwealth Award winner, my husband graced our studio, and the first thing he said was, "You're so short," to my co-host. And it was really a big shock to him. He had been watching his wife on television with this man, imagining him to be all, tall and everything, and actually he used to put two cushions under his bum. So you have to do what you have to do.
Yes, anyone?
I would like to share about the copyright she told, and I think it's one of the biggest concern nowadays about copyright, whether in any industry, in fact most prominently in entertainment industry, whether it's a event copyright, whether it's a film copyright, music copyright, even comedy show copyright, even fashion. I think so.
Yeah, that is a concern, because accessibility is so much greater now with the internet, and it's often harder to even catch. So I know that's a challenge. If we don't have any more questions, and this will be a really quick answer, but I just want to ask each of you to tell us one person who has had the biggest impact on you in your career, and we're talking just a few seconds just to go.
My mom.
My mom and my Lord Jesus Christ.
Can't be original. My mom. And a friend of hers who counseled her to let me grow into the tree of life. Because when I started out, I was telling you how my family was quite, well established, and the norm would have been for me to have an arranged marriage and become a lovely wife, assist my husband in whatever he did, and have all the necessary education which fitted into the respectable category. So I started out doing all that. Instead of studying mass communications, I did economics honors and law. But somewhere along the line, this friend came along and told my mother, let her bloom, and it changed my life. So my mom and that friend.
My father.
Well, I want to thank you all so much. Oh gosh, and you know what, Mom, for sure, without a doubt. Yes, yes, and I think too, for me, I feel that's one of my most honored roles that I have in this world, is as a mother, and I don't want to minimize the power that we have to affect and to encourage and to support future generations, whether we have given birth to someone or just hold that space of mother space in a community of nurturing. So anyways, I just thank you all for who you are, and wish you all the success in the world, and look forward to this time next year.
So thank you everyone for your valuable thoughts. We shall now proceed for the award ceremony. I'd like to request Tia Walker ma'am, as she is the moderator for today's session, to confer awards to the dignitaries that are present. I'd like to request ma'am to confer award to Sumana Mukherjee ma'am. She is getting the award in recognition of her outstanding leadership, commitment and support to societal well-being. I'd like to request Vasu Primlani ma'am. She is also getting the award for the same cause. Shivani Wazir ma'am, she is also getting the award for the same cause. Last but not the least, YY Low ma'am, she is also getting the award for her contribution as an iconic leader contributing for the better world. So thank you everyone. The session is over. Thank you everyone. Thank you all the guests, panelists. Thank you.